Okay, we'll call the meeting to order. Welcome everyone here today. We have a couple of guests to West Gray's special council meeting dealing with budget. And if you could, please rise and we'll take a moment of reflection on our proceedings today. And to give an update or some direction on anyone that's joining us online, Sheila's gonna, you've got a spiel, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Eccles. Before I begin, if you get disconnected, you can dial 1-647-558-0588 and enter meeting ID 891-5626-2480. It should be noted for members of the public that this meeting is being held in 2 locations, on Zoom as well as being live streamed on YouTube. Both members of staff and council have been briefed on the various features of the Zoom meeting software. Members of council and staff will be raising their hands to speak. For members of the public, if you require any technical assistance at any point during this meeting, you can send a chat message to Sheila Ferguson, Communications Coordinator, and I will attempt to assist you.
Thank you, Sheila. Appreciate that. That brings us down to any declaration of pecuniary interest or general nature thereof. Any of the members? Seeing none, it can be declared at any time. Just for clarification, Councillor Townsend is given his regrets. He will not be here. And Councillor Shea has a slight conflict this morning, so he will be joining us as we go forward. But with the numbers that we have, we still have quorum, so we will continue on. And welcome back from your much-needed vacation and refreshed, Director Mighton. And you've had time to reflect, and you'll have great news on us on where this budget is going positively, I would suggest. Anyways, Carrie, I'm going to turn it over. Turn it over to you. But before I turn it over to you, we do have Saugeen Municipal Airport, Chair of the Board, David Hocking, and I'll get this wrong, Philomena, but the manager, just the manager, or miss everything of the airport, Philomena McDonald is with us as well today. You've got delegation for us, some updates and whatnot. I'm going to ask if you could go to there and use the microphone, and everybody will hear across the world what you have to say, David. Not to put you on the spot or anything. It will be the gray button there, and then you'll be live.
Good morning, Mayor Eccles, members of council and staff. It is indeed a pleasure to come to you this morning to mainly answer questions on the document that Jamie circulated to you prior to this meeting. I have to admit that probably in the gray month of cloudy month of January, you know, after you get your budget, you're sort of reflective and wonder what's ahead. But since that time, we had a meeting with our pilot community last week, and it was so positive. It gave us a burst of enthusiasm. So I'm just going to give a brief overview, and in my summary statement, some of you will remember this, and some of this is new information, but in around 1990, the Saugeen Economic Development Corporation, which services our three communities came together, and Alan Fisher at the time sold the airport, and the economic development transferred ownership to four municipalities, West Gray, Brockton, Hanover, and Erin Ellerslie. And in early 1999, 2000, Erin Ellerslie decided to withdraw from the partnership. And we came up with a funding formula, and I have no idea how they came up with it, but because Erin Ellerslie pulled out, the shift went to the municipalities. Brockton pays 41%, Hanover pays 31%, and West Gray pays 27%. That is your contribution to the operating budget of the municipality of the airport. And you've been strong supporters from day one. Obviously, we're no different than municipalities in that we are dealing with increased pressures from our utility side. If we want to do anything new, infrastructure, the costs go up. So I was just talking to a councilor today, the days of a 2% levy increase, and I'm sure you're finding that in your municipality as you go through your budget. If I can just talk about a couple successes that we've had in the past 2 years, and I can tell you, we've had our moments in the last 2 years, and I just want you to be aware that your deputy mayor is vice chair of the commission, along with me being chair. We are 2 returning appointees, which brings experience to the board as we move forward. Carl Kunkel, who is a new councillor for Brockton, has been their appointment. If I had to highlight 2 things, I would say the fact that we've got our restaurant going, and I just talked to Crystal last night to ask her about the weekend, and believe it or not, we had over 25 airplanes arrive at our airport, and she had her best day ever, and she co-owns the facility at Georgian Bluffs, and she outdid her business there. Another one that really I'm quite excited about, I mean, we met with him last week. He's got great plans for the future, is our flight school. Marol Cool, who is, his family's from the Desborough area. Kevin will know them quite well. Has rented a room and is looking to possible expansion. But in the first 6 months, or sorry, the last 6 months of the year, he's accumulated over 30 students at his flight school with 250 flying hours, and he has 25 sightseeing tours already booked. Another highlight for us was our annual free flying event for children. On that day, our pilots volunteer their planes, purchase the fuel, and we had over 125 young children come to the day event. And I remember talking to a mother who drove down from Saugeen Shores, and she said her little boy the night before said, "I'm so excited, it's almost like Christmas." So they were very, very positive. I'm not going to go through our successes. I listed them there for you. I'm going to highlight a bit of the reasons for the deficit. I hope that I don't overdo this, but there is a reason. And I tried to be very explicit to explain it to you. Basically, we had a disgruntled pilot who refused to follow our access agreement. I'm going to call it a bylaw, but it's really a term of reference. Every other pilot who has an access agreement followed. During that process, it was at that time that West Gray appointed Deputy Mayor Hutchison as your appointee. And you could see that if you totaled our legal fees that we spent over 2 years dealing with an issue that didn't need to happen and resulted in a breach of our code of conduct, and that individual is going to go to court on tomorrow, and he's been charged by the OPP for criminal harassment. So it took a whole course that didn't need to happen, but it did. Firm believer of what you permit, you promote. We had to stand up to this. We no longer could just give a tap on the head and say, be a good person. And because if we permitted that, we were in essence promoting it. And we had no other choice. When a harassment complaint came to us, we were compelled by the federal government, the labor law, and we acted. But consequently, that cost us almost, as I said there, the total, if I refer to my notes, was $47,997 in legal fees. And at the end of the year, we were faced with a safety and security issue. Our fuel pedestal system had broken down. Measurement Canada said you need to fix it and you need to follow the rules and the regulations. If we did not have that legal expense, we would have been in a surplus situation for this year, but we were compelled to purchase it. Now, if you went through the budget, you will notice that, and what this showed us was a need to look at future capital equipment. There is no asset management plan at the Saugeen Municipal Airport. Previous commissions, when Foresta purchased capital, they went and got a loan. So you will see on the budget sheet, there are 2 outstanding loans, one for a tractor and one for a hangar. One is with Meridian and one is with the municipality of Brockton. One goes to 2030, one goes to 2026. That's an ongoing cost to us. So if we're going to be a true business-like entity, we've got to, first of all, pay off our deficit, and secondly, start a proper asset management so that down the road, we're not caught with as I say, the cupboard is bare. We currently have $14,000 in our reserve, and our goal next year is, number one, to pay off the deficit of about 38.4, which was the accumulation of 2 legal bills over 2021 and 2022, and then begin our road forward on setting up reserves. So how do we plan to do this? We plan to do this through cooperation with our pilot community. We have a fundraising strategy in place. I met with, as I said, we met with the pilot community last week. We're coming back in January with the idea of formulating a strategy to, first of all, pay off the debt and set up a reserve. No longer are we going to go out and seek loans. We're going to pay our way and we're going to make it viable. Our goal is to look at it from an economic development perspective. I know everyone says, where's the results? We're going to prove to the community that we're going to do this. I plan to meet with the mayors and the appointees sometime in January to take a look at the operation, and either we have to sort of come up with a direction. We are facing, I got to be honest with you, some awkwardness from the municipality to our not immediate west, but further west. If you read the Walker and Herald Times, we've had some unfavorable press in that paper, which I've attempted to clear up. But as you know, when you get in a writing letter with the paper, no one wins, and it just keeps going on and on. It takes a life of its own. So we are committed, as I said, and for your information, and if I could refer to my notes, I'm working closely with April Marshall, our economic development manager, and she's been able to set up a meeting through Grey County, who apparently are engaged in this with these consultants, and it's no cost to our airport, but they have agreed to meet with us in early June or July to set up sort of a workshop, and they specialize in investment attractions. One of the things that I have done since last week is I have contacted the gateway casinos and see if there's any way we can get a partnership promo where we could invite pilots into our community, and then free taxi to the slots and then bring them back home. And there's other initiatives, but as you can see from the budget, our main source is revenue. The restaurant bigs pilots. If we can enhance the number of activities that we have at the airport, we enhance pilots. Pilots have to buy fuel. Fuel is our next biggest revenue generator after municipal contributions. So I'm far more optimistic today than I was sort of the second week in January, if I may be honest with you. But I'm sitting beside a person who breathes, eats, and loves our airport. She is fantastic. She's got the benefit of the airport at her grasp, and we are so fortunate to have Philomene McDonald, may I say, a West Grey resident, who is managing our airport. And as we move forward, we have uncovered things that sort of have slipped through over the years, and we are doing our due diligence so that we aren't experiencing any potential liability. I guess I'm finished, Your Worship, and I'm open to any questions. And I turn it over to Philomena. Is there anything you'd like to add, Philomena?
Thank you again for having us here today. Just want to touch up on a couple more things. Dave was just saying the investment attractions. We do get a lot of visitors from people who are moving up from the city. For an example, a lot of extra business-minded people who want to grow with us. Every year we're really busy with showing the airport, the asset that you have there for growing your business there. Sometimes we get involved with people who want to buy land, but the airport doesn't want to sell land. But we are growing towards the south end of the airport. We've extended our natural gas line there to provide natural gas to buildings that are hopefully going to be building over the next couple of years. And we're looking at increasing our hydro there as well. So we are growing, and we do appreciate your support. And looking forward to see what this next year brings us there. So.
If I may conclude then, on the bottom of your budget sheet that I sent to you, you will see the contributions, municipal contributions, and the increase that we're asking from West Grey for next year amounts to $4,150, which would give you a total contribution of $45,873 as one of the three partners in the Saugeen Municipal Airport Corporation. And if I could just conclude, I just want to make you aware that, and this isn't a budget item, but it's an information item. We were tasked with renewing or reviewing our non-for-profit legislation. We have incorporated or hired a lawyer, and this was done in the previous group. But Fiona, from Brockton, who is their clerk and experience in non-for-profit. She is working with the lawyers on behalf of the three municipalities. They're going to come up with a document circulated to Brockton, West Grey, and Hanover for approval from the council's perspective. And then it's going to come back to the commission for endorsement. And we hope to have that completed by April. It's mandated that we have to have this done by, I believe, 2024, I think, but anyway, we're on it, and it's an item that you will be dealing with in the immediate future. So I'll turn it back to His Worship and ask any questions if you so desire.
Thank you very much, David and Philomena, for the very intense update of things that are happening at the Saugeen Airport. And I will take you up on that offer. So, but be careful what you ask for. You may get the questions. And just before I go to any one of the council members, you said something about the paper and trying to deal with them. And I remember an old saying that a wise individual told me a number of years ago: don't get into a fight with somebody that buys ink by the barrel and paper by the ton. Any questions for individuals? Go ahead, Councillor Hutchison. Doug?
Yeah, thanks for the presentation. I've always been a supporter of the airport, and I think there is a lot of potential there. I wonder, I think at one time we talked about, and I think it was one of the previous meetings we had with economic development, things like promoting people coming to the airport, flying in to do golf packages, that type of thing. I also wonder, is there any demand for commercial flights to transport people to larger airports if they're heading somewhere else, type thing? So I think there's lots of potential there. I don't know if you've had any investigation on that end of it, but the economic development thing with the county, I think is a good way to go too, for sure. So thank you for your presentation today.
Okay. Anyone else? Jeffrey, Councillor Shea, go ahead.
Thanks, Your Worship. Hi, guys. Sorry I came in late, but I think I got the gist of the presentation, and I did read all of the material that you submitted beforehand. I had a couple of questions. One was, we had a presentation like this last year, and I asked what percentage of the users of the airport are amateur pilots, as opposed to commercial services. And I think I was told somewhere in the 90 to 95%. Does that sound about right?
5% of West Grey residents, is that what you're asking?
No, the amount of the users of the airport who are basically amateur hobbyists, as opposed to commercial flying services.
Yeah, about 95%.
Right. So I'm a little bit concerned about us supporting this amateur activity in another municipality to the extent that we are. I always thought it would be like us owning 25% of Varney Speedway. It's just doesn't make any sense. The facility does exist. We are a co-owner of it, and there's no point in turning our back on the investments that we have made in the past. But about a quarter of the revenue of the overall budget is provided by the municipalities. Is that about right? So if we were to reduce the municipality contribution to zero and you were to reduce the operations by a quarter, the facility could continue to operate at a reduced level. Is that about right?
We can't reduce the levels of service because we're a registered airport. There's certain mandates that we have to abide by. So you have to provide a certain level of service. Going back to your comment about the pilots being enthusiasts and hobbyists, it might be that, but about 20-30 of the pilots there are local company owners, business owners who might use their aircraft for delivering or picking up something or whatever with their businesses. So a lot of them are business people in the area.
And thank you for that response. And I'll just conclude by saying that every year for the last 3 or 4 years, we've had a presentation like this. And every year we've heard that economic development is going to be the big push going forward. And yet we haven't seen that plan really come to fruition. So I'm glad that you have your eye on that, but I've come to be a little bit skeptical about the fruits of those labors, but good luck to you on that effort.
Thanks, Your Worship. If I may respond, Councilor Shea, that is exactly our intent. And when I joined the commission for my first time as the Hanover appointee 4 years ago, that was my goal, working with the economic development managers. But the last 2 years, we have been, what's the word we have been denied any opportunity to be creative because we just focused on one issue only, and that was the legal issue that we faced. It dominated our total 2 years, and I can honestly say that if you went and checked a board or a committee in Grey and Bruce County and dealt with the number of closed meetings, we would be number one. It seemed that every meeting we had a closed meeting because of legal issues. It just exasperated everybody. And I'm glad it's over. We've turned the page and we're going to move forward with the intent that we said we would do at the last budget meeting. It is our goal. I don't know whether I said that in my report, but prior to 2021, and you go to legal services, the item was nil. We didn't have to worry about legal fees. So it completely dominated. Is that an excuse? Oh, I'm going to use it as an excuse because we couldn't do anything else that was what we wanted positive. So I'm here today before you to say we have a business plan. We're going to get on with things, and hopefully we can come back next year with a bit of a profit for you rather than asking for a hand just to bail out a deficit that didn't need to be, but it is there. We dealt with it. And now we have to pay the deficit that resulted from that unfortunate situation that we face. So I agree 100% with your comments, but I guess I'm asking for an opportunity to show you, and I'll end it at that.
Anything else? Tom, Deputy Mayor Hutchison.
Thank you, Mayor Eccles, and thank you very much for your presentation this morning, Dave and Philomena. As the appointee from the council rep on the airport, I will support a lot of what our Chair Hocking has presented here this morning, and it has been, and I will say, a very difficult past 2 years. Totally consumed everything we were trying to do. We did create business plans. We had all these wonderful concepts and they were actually going to come to tuition, but every time we put 1 foot forward, we were 2 steps backwards trying to deal with the issue that Mr. Hocking has presented or talked about this morning. So I got to be very careful because some of it is closed matters. That being said, I'm very enthusiastic from my background as a business person and understanding some economic development that I truly believe that we can turn this around. I truly believe we do have people waiting to move forward with some of these fundraising ideas that we have. And I think we have a support of lots of business, other business people that would like to get involved. So I'd like to support this, and just solely based on the fact that I think we need to put a little bit of belief into the fact that we can turn it around. We have a new commission. We are very enthusiastic. And I think the biggest thing that's behind us is that problem that Mr. Hocking has put forward. So now we can actually do some real work. We're all prepared. We've got lots of energy. And I think it's a very unique opportunity. So I'm going to support this because I do believe, and again, I'm in with both feet, and I will support this for the year. I do think for accountability, if we, after this year, we're not capable of producing what we are believing we can, then it's a different picture at that stage. But I believe with this big issue behind us, I think our enthusiasm should drive us forward and we can accomplish the goals that are here. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions from council members? Certainly, Councillor Hutchison.
Yeah, just an item I've been thinking about here. I think when you look at our budget for the airport, it's $45,000. When I'd be interested to know what the economic spin-offs of the airport are for West Gray. I know there's Hanover and Brockton also involved, but I don't know whether you could ever track that or how that would work. But if there was some way of being able to calculate some economic spin-offs, whether it be restaurant, hotels, golf courses, et cetera, so that like really $45,000 is a pretty cheap investment for economic development, I think, per year. So, but it would be nice to know what are the spin-offs from that 45,000 investment, and so just thought I'd throw that out there. Thanks.
Thanks.
Go ahead.
Sorry. Okay. Yeah, that's a good point, Doug. And I think what we want to do is we want to work with our chambers this year. And I talked about sort of a promotion with the slots, but if there's something going on in Durham, now, albeit it'll be a little more of a taxi ride or transportation, but I hope to get volunteers. But maybe we can have a weekend fly-in that ties with something that's going on in Durham or Newstead or Ayton or something like that. So we have to broaden, and I guess it's a form of tourism, Doug. And hopefully we're going to get more ideas from this consultant, the Grey County, and as April had indicated, it's no cost to us to sit down with them. So we're really looking forward to that to that discussion. But we have to broaden and think outside the box more and tie into. I'm just repeating myself, but echoing your suggestions. Thank you.
Okay, anyone else? Quick question. You mentioned something about former commission had built a hangar and took a loan out on that. Was it given to somebody, or is there rent coming in from that? Yes. So it's kind of self-funding then. Yeah. Just, it's not a deficit type of thing, but it'll be rented out.
Thanks. Your worship, it would be a more positive if we could just have the surplus and not the payments. That's my point. And the difficulty of that one is it's principal plus prime. And when they did it, I guess the prime was pretty good. But as you know, recently with prime going up, our interest on that loan increases. So it's not a static. Where the one with Brockton, which is paid off in 2026, it's a flat rate every month. And I guess their interest is built into it. But ours floats a bit based on the prime rate at Meridian.
And I'd be remiss if I didn't open this one up. A couple of other airports in Grey County over the last number of years have ceased being public entities and now are operated privately. Is there something that the Saugeen Municipal Airport is seeing that keeping control of the airport instead of selling it off, that City of Owen Sound and Municipality of Georgian Bluffs recognized with their airport?
I think it's because of our enthusiasm and the value as a gem. I'll be honest with you. I've had my just what that Tom said. I've had my thoughts of why aren't we joining the rest of the people in or the rest of the airports. We are the largest airport north of Waterloo. If you look at the demographics, people are moving up here. You know, this is grandiose thinking, but there is the potential at the Saugeen Municipal Airport for what they have is, you know, in Florida where you have your residence next to a golf course. Well, there's the incoming trend of having your house and a hangar next to an airport. Well, we're sitting on 253 acres of valuable land. And I think we could become the hub because we have 32 hangars and we have the potential to be more are wanting to come to our airport. So that's a good thing. They like it. It's central. It's the focus of the whole area. I don't know why they sold it. I'm sure it was bleeding red, those other airports. But I think if we can show to you that we are revenue neutral or even revenue plus, unless you are short for some capital funding as a municipality. And let's talk about that. I think 1.6, 1.5 million were the Owen Sound and Georgian Bluffs. Well, I think our airport is worth more than that. And I just think you need to give us an opportunity. And we have to weigh the pros and cons of the value of municipal control as opposed to private control. I don't know whether that adequately answered it, Kevin, but if you get tired of hearing the same old thing, and I understand that was part of Councillor Shea's question. You said the same thing last time. Well, I think it's fish or cut bait time, and we've got to prove it is viable, and then councils can make a decision. And you know, I'm 1/3 of this partnership, and we value everybody's opinion, and but it's definitely a consensus reached at the end of the day. So thank you.
Thank you. And just one last question from this, and this is kind of on the revenue generating and following up on a comment from Philomena. What is the landing fees for recreational or amateur pilots that have a hangar there in comparison to what it would be? What's their landing fees for commercial operations? Do we charge?
Thank you, Your Worship. Prior to this year's budget, if a commercial pilot landed his or her aircraft, all the charge was the price of the fuel that the revenue. I called around to other municipalities. I used Goderich and Kincardine, and they have landing fees. And so we've incorporated landing fees for the first time. And now it for every commercial flight that it will be $150 landing fee, which was non-existent until this year's budget. So thank you for pointing that out. That's one of the things that we've changed in this year's budget.
And for anyone that has a hangar or just to fly in on Sunday is still, hopefully they will fill up at the new fueling pedestal.
That's the goal. Well, as I said, I was pleased to see over 25. Well, you think of Sunday, it was beautiful. Another good day today. They'll be out there. But the goal is to bring the pilots in. Hopefully they're almost empty and they fill up, because that's how we mark up the fuel, and that's the source of revenue. In our new approach, maybe we can get them there for the whole day. Something that we started, and I just thought of this, something that we started through Philomena's initiative. We had planes come in last summer that camped there. We have facilities in the terminal, so they stayed for the weekend, popped a tent under the wing, and it was a great experience. And we're going to do more of that. We've just signed a contract for our first wedding reception at the terminal. So we're expanding our rentals. We're looking at all opportunities, because the key is the revenue side. I'm going to repeat this again. If we didn't have what we had last year, we wouldn't be standing here before you today trying to justify a budget for next year. We would be in the black. So we're going to be in the black next year. I don't know what I'll do. Run out of town.
Be careful. Now
Be
you start to
careful.
get into it. Yeah.
You noticed I stopped, Kevin. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll take a lot of what you've said under consideration going forward as we deal down through this, and good luck. I know from sitting on the commission a few years ago, it's a continuous battle, but it doesn't matter whether it's from the airport or any other tourism or business or affiliations that we have, trying to get individuals to pay what we know we need and what they think we should have to keep something running is always a struggle in the municipal world. So good luck, and yes, again, thank you very much for coming in this morning. And if you're not busy, there's a number of chairs. You can stick around all day and enjoy some of these invigorating conversations on budget.
Thank you, Your Worship. I've already been through this process, so I don't need to do it again. I want to echo Philomena's comments. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak to you today. And again, thank you for your previous and ongoing support. And I look forward to hearing the results of your decision. So good luck today. And we do appreciate the time that you have given us. Thank you.
Yeah. Yep. Thank you very much. Okay. Carrie, now we'll get down to more direct stuff at West Grey. I'm not dealing with our partners. Carrie, give us an overview of where we're going to start here today.
Sure. So where we're starting today, from the last meeting, we had removed the Jackson Street pedestrian crossing and reallocated some of the development charges towards the Durham Road project. The Durham landfill compaction and cover, we reduced by 10,000. The contract labor at the Durham landfill, we reduced by 13,000. Deferred the Waste Wizard app of 10,000. Did some additional hazardous waste revenues on the mobile unit of 4,000. Increased Bentic landfill fees by 40,000. And you requested the library board to decrease their budget by 25,000. So that got you to just over 1.7 million or 14.4%. And so that's where we're starting today. I don't know if anyone on the airport, we had our budget estimate before we received their information was $44,650. Their proposal today, presentation today was $45,873 for West Grey's share. So that would be an additional $1,223. Just to know what we had already built into the base before we had their presentation going forward.
What you're saying is that presentation today didn't go the right direction that we had been looking for. Oh, okay. We had a good conversation the last time, and what I'd like to ask is a comfort level of where we want to be. So we have a target here this morning. And I'm just going to say this morning, but hopefully, it'll be this morning, but I know we'll be going into the afternoon on this. I think it was Councillor Shea at the last said, 6%. And I believe what you were meaning by that, Jeff, was, just for clarification, was a blended 6% or our West Grey's being 6%?
I was just going with the logic that if inflation is 6% and if our budget goes up 6%, that means we have neither grown nor shrunk our activities. So I don't think that I was referring to a blended. If the blended came, if ours went to 8 or 9%, then the blended would end up at 6. Is that about right?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. You might get down, if we were 8, you might get to 6. But yeah.
Just if I could, before I get to you, Tom, that, I think we've got to have a target here. My thoughts are if we can get to a blended rate of 6%, and I will say that it was a appointed part of the county budget getting that down, that wasn't just the municipality of West Grey. There's a couple of other municipalities in Grey County, but having that Grey County budget down to where it is leaves some room in there for certain, to the point that when a West Grey resident or a Georgian Bluff resident gets their tax bill, 98% of the people will be looking at that bottom number and recognizing what it is and not where the breakout is between education and county and everything else. It's West Grey that sends the bill out. We collect it. We collect on behalf of education. We collect on behalf of Grey County, but it's West Grey that's at the top. That's who's collecting, and that's what they're going to see as a percentage. So that's why I'm looking at it as a blended rate. If we got to 6%, I think that with the expectations of the customers out there, or our residents, if you want to say, that's what they see, and that's what where their expectations are going to be. And yes, that's inflation, taking all of that into account. So I would like to see us. That's going to be my assumption, that we can get to that 6%. I just keep looking over there. Doug, are you lonely over there? And not for a reason. And not for a reason. Sorry. Yeah. So that is, if we can whittle this down, but even with that as a target, that's 6%, and that's $600,000, $700,000 carry to come from 14 to get us down to 8, to get us down to that blended rate. So that's the target. I'll write that number down. 600K, 700K. Jeffrey.
I just wanted to say that I think I and probably all of us appreciate that the work that the county did do, that you and the deputy mayor and the rest of the county councillors did do in getting that budget down as successfully as you did. And it's great that you did create that breathing room for the lower tier municipalities. And the idea of, I support your idea of trying to get a blended rate of 6%. Thank you.
I'm sorry, you've been waiting. Deputy Mayor, Tom?
Thank you, Mayor Eccles, and through you to Director Mighton, and welcome back. A couple questions. One of the things that I think that I'm trying to find a nice balance of in front of us now is this year, next year, and beyond. And one of the questions I have is the new police services building that obviously we know we have to put up. Can you give me an estimate, or us an estimate, on approximately how much that would be every year? And I'm assuming it's effective next year, just as an idea for that number.
Through you, your worship, depending on the final cost, but if we were borrowing $10 million, the interest rate was hovering around 4.2 with Infrastructure Ontario for a 30-year debenture. We're probably looking at $580,000 for an annual repayment.
Thank you, Jack.
That's changing all the time. So, it could be different, and it depends on the final borrowing amount and those interest rates. But the interest rate has gone up to, used to be around 3. It's been hovering around that 4.2, 4.5, depending on the term.
Thank you, Director Mayor. So, excuse me, I'm just using it as a, we got to open the doors or turn the lights on in January 1st, 2024. We're probably looking at a 3 to 4 before we do anything else with that build. And that's just something, I guess what I'm trying to figure out is whatever we defer or whatever we try to put from this year into next year, we really need to be understanding that there's going to be an impact that comes with that, those decisions that are before us here. So that's one thing, and that is going to be on, and that is going to be there for many, many, many years. That will be the base, if you will. Forget about all your other inflation and everything else that we have to deal with. So thank you for that. So another question I had is, and I think to get down what Mayor Eccles was saying, I was wondering if you could just give us an idea if we were to take, say, $250,000 or $300,000 out of reserves and apply it to operations capital wherever it needs to most appropriate. And if we did find another $200,000 in cuts off of what's in front of us here for the balance of the presentation, we may have to go back and look at some capital. Where would that land us with the blended rate? As just a rough figures anyways. Thank you.
So that would probably get you about 10.6 for your local. So you might get close to that 8% with that. I don't have all the final, haven't gotten through all that yet. But.
And I appreciate that, Director Mayton. That just gives it's given me an idea in the back of my mind, some options we have. And the only other thing that it's kind of concerning is that listening to CBO Shipwreck when he did his presentation, he did speak to the fact that the inflation's not truly 6 or 7 that's faced with it. He's figuring it's about 4 times that. And that's a hard reality. And I do believe this police services building, which is, we have to move forward. We know what's going on there, but I think that's probably going to be more escalated. It's probably going to be at 12, 13, probably by the time it's done. Just again, because of the cost of the materials and everything else, even labor that to come in and build it. So I think it's something we need to keep the back of our mind is whatever we put off this year. It is we're probably going to January 1st, 2024, before we get up, we're probably going to be looking probably in the same position we are now to start. So I would just want to be very cautious what we put off. But again, I don't want to go, I'm with you, Director Mayton, about reserves, but I think reserves are something, they are a tool and a mechanism. And listening to the province's statement is that they are recommending that municipalities start looking, as well as towns and cities, considering some options of pulling out of utilizing some of your reserves to help offset the comeback from COVID. So I appreciate those numbers there, and that gives me something to work for. Thanks.
I'm not going to make any comment on that any further there, Ms. Mayton. I would concur whether there may be some places where we can find, just as a cautionary, through my times of budget, you did mention one word there in operations or operating, and I'm not so certain that I could be 100% on that one, but certainly with the amount of capital that's in here, there is spots maybe we could find putting those reserves, but I would caution about using it in operations, because reserves is a one-time fund and operations are every year. But I don't think I'm pretty sure that's what you were not meaning there with that. Thanks for that, Tom. Go ahead.
For clarity, you're absolutely correct, Mayor. Thank you. So strike operations. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Any other comments before we really get started here? We know where the target is, where we've got a kind of a target up on the wall there now. Which one of these do we want to head into first, Carrie?
If you want, we can start at the top with the council budget and just work our way through. Or where would you like to go?
Might as well start there and yes, I agree with you, Carrie. Go ahead.
Small change in the council budget, just for an estimated cost of living increase, which is something council will need to decide at some point where that lands. We've left the conference and general memberships the same. That looking at the numbers of on in-person conferences, that's about one full conference. So for each council member, that's the $1,500 limit, which includes all the registration and mileage, meals, accommodation expenses. That's getting about one conference, the way we're seeing the numbers so far this year. And then we've removed the election, the transfer from the reserve for the election expenses, but transferring into reserve again this year to build that back up. So that's what's going on in the council budget.
Oh, well, there's a few hands there on that one. Didn't even need to ask. Start with Jeffrey, Councillor Shea.
Thanks, Kevin. So I've been waiting to bring this subject up for quite some time since the election, actually, and this seems like the time to do it. I was unhappy with some of the comments that I was getting during the campaign and election period, specifically people, typically renters, who were not receiving voting information and didn't vote. So I was out to see them a couple of days. I was at one Grey County building a couple of days before the election saying, you know, hope you'll vote for me. And they said not a single person in this building received the card. The election was on Monday. This was Friday afternoon. If we had had paper elections, if we had had regular conventional elections, they could have gone down on election day to a voting poll, produced some ID, sworn an affidavit, I don't know what the process is, and voted. But because we were doing electronic, there's no way that between Friday afternoon and Monday that they could have, you know, had that problem corrected. So this is the second election in a row that we've done where the online component has been a bit of a kerfuffle. You know, everyone remembers that last time the system crashed in the day or hours before the conclusion. Emergency situations had to be set up. And then this time, you know, numbers of voters were not registered and able to vote. So, and I'm sure all of you heard numerous complaints, especially from our seniors, saying, if I can't vote on paper, I'm not voting. So I would like us to reconsider having some sort of blended election in the future so that paper ballots are available, perhaps in a limited fashion. Maybe we don't have to have 8 polling places. Maybe we could have 1 polling place so that at least, I don't know what the options are, but I would like to explore an alternative to what we did last year. Thank you.
Jamie, do you want to comment on that?
Through you, Mayor, to members of council, Councillor Shea, I'm going to respectfully disagree with the comment about not being able to be added to the list between Monday and Friday, regardless of whether it's paper or electronic. The being added to the list component wouldn't change. So that said, there was an issue with the voter letters being delivered to some electors this time around, similar to last time. My understanding is that Elections Ontario is going to be taking that list and generating it for us moving forward for the next election. So hopefully those issues are corrected from that point onward.
One thing I will say on a personal basis, I did have a senior at a residence indicate that they didn't have a card. So I said, shouldn't be a problem. Be no different than you were at a polling station. The only difference was the polling station was only open one day when we used to do it. It's paper ballots. And I brought the individual out here at their convenience in the week leading up. We went through the process and registered and voted, and the individuals voted quite a few times. Yeah, when you get to be 100 years old, you've voted in a lot of elections, as she said. Anyways, she found the process being very easy. But for today's portion of budgeting, I think that I respectfully that, yeah, we can have that discussion going down how we're going to conduct the election. Irregardless, for today's part, the 10,000, I think it's 10,000 we pledged in there, Carrie?
12.5.
Sorry, 12.5. Whether we do it paper or electronic, we're still going to need that money in there. So for today's portion, but we'll keep that one in mind. Jamie, further.
Through your worship, that's, again, I should have added that as well. Regardless of whether we conduct an electronic election or a paper election, we still will need money for that election, regardless of which format we use. Just for clarity, I will say that in advance of the next election, I will be bringing a report forward to council to get direction as to how we proceed. So that will come in time.
Great. So just to conclude, I don't want to bog down the budget process. If we 2 years from now, 3 years from now, decide we want to go all paper or hybrid or whatever, that will be an added cost. And so we will need, I was just thinking, we're putting money into reserves for the next 3 years. Maybe we want to have the discussion earlier, so we're putting the proper amount into reserves. But if we want to have this discussion halfway through the term or later, that's fine with me as well. Just wanted to get the issue on the table.
Yeah. Okay, anything further on the council? Councillor Hutchison, Doug?
Maybe I'm just looking at, are we looking at the draft budget? We're looking at this sheet for the council. Is that what we're looking at? I'm just trying to figure out where we're at. Okay. So I'm curious why. Maybe I'm not the right line here. So transfer into reserve is basically, when you're doing 12.5, you're talking about the election. But under council election expenses got 62.5, but there's nothing under the budget lines until I get to 2026, and it says 50,000.
Yes, so we're putting money into reserve. We had the election obviously last year. So we pulled from the reserve in 2022 to offset, so that we'd still have that approximate 12.5. We just plugged in a number for 2026. I wouldn't get bogged down with that. It's just the illustrative purpose of that.
Oh, okay, all right, it's just, yeah, I was just lost there for a bit. Okay, no problem, thanks.
One other question that I have from the mayor's seat. The $1,500, I believe we have in for each member of council. And I struggle with this one terribly, that we have $1,500 and that covers everything. Your registration, I mean, it's in for training and all of that. Example with another corporation, I have X number of dollars that have been affiliated with, X number of dollars for training for employees and or directors. But your expenses, because we're looking at training, and in some of these conferences that we go to, even $1,500 you're going to register is not going to get you through the conference. And I think in my mind, if $1,500 is the right amount for individuals for the training, our expenses should be outside of that. They're variable. And I just find it difficult to believe that's where we're at now. I checked with a number of other municipalities, and yeah, the $1,500 is there, but I haven't found anyone that it's all inclusive. It just, I don't know, it doesn't make proper sense to me. And a place where we're trying to find a couple of $100,000, I'm going to suggest that we go back. The $1,500 is for registration into training courses for council and general operations, your expenses, your travel and hotel expenses, those general expenses come out of operations budget, not out of your training budget. If that's for training, then it is for the training, not to cover off costs. Just saying. Deputy Mayor Tom.
Thank you, Mayor Eccles. And I'm going to echo that because I'm just doing basically an audit on the good roads that I would be attending through the municipality of West Grey. And the conference alone is around $800 for registration. The rooms, because it is in Toronto, is just around $800 probably total complement. So it's $1,600. So before I even depart the municipality to go do some training and to work for the betterment of our municipality, I'm 100 in the hole. Now I still have mileage and I still have meals. So it is not even close anymore. And part of our bylaw is that we can attend 2 conferences through the municipality, and that's not going to be achievable. And I think some of these conferences that there's great workshops. We don't forget, we've had several delegations where we've been successful getting funding into our municipality. So I'm agreeing with the mayor. I think that the number is too restrictive on what we're trying to do. You're going there, it is education, you are working for the betterment of the municipality, and you are educating yourself on better ways to govern. So I am going to support what Mayor Eccles is suggesting. Thank you.
Councillor Hutchison, Doug?
Just to add to that too, I agree. I think it's something we need to change. I'm just not sure if we can make it work in this budget, but even for new council, even for the AMO workshops or Roma workshops, like you want to take training on land disputes or whatever the case may be, they're asking like $225, $300, $350 just for a training course. So I mean, not right away, you take a couple of those as you're coming in new and want to learn some things. You're taking a big chunk out of your budget even before you even get to a conference. So that's a bit of an issue too, and that even lots of the training workshops are not free anymore. You have to pay for them. So yeah, so that creates an issue too. So yeah, I don't know where we're going this year, but what's the budget? But
Well, I would, give direction or look for, Carrie's probably looking at it and saying she needs direction. I would also look towards the legislative affairs director. Is that? Yeah. I'm looking at the clerk. Yeah, I got to get educated on that, of what the title is. Looking at Jamie. Would it require a change in our bylaw, or I'm looking at Laura and going, yeah, to nod that? And I mean, in that bylaw, could we go back to being retro for 2023 and going forward? Okay.
Through Mayor to members of council, I won't speak to how the financial component specifically works, but what I will say is that the bylaw as it reads currently does state that council members are allotted $1,500 per calendar year. So anything in it in excess of that would require an amendment to that bylaw.
And I guess it's specific that it's $1,500 annually, but all included, not just, for your registration or, yeah, it includes that. So it's going to need a change in the bylaw. And in that bylaw, if I'm correct, if we would go forward with it, could be retro for year 2023. Yeah. And it could be on here shortly. With that in mind, just on general, Carrie, so it allows for 2 conferences.
That 2 conferences was eliminated when we went to the $1,500 max amount. So we did, yeah.
Really would be eliminated because there's no way you could get to 2, in that dollar figure. Is there consensus from council to change that and have it go? I mean, Joyce, Jeffrey, you were at the Roma conference, and yeah, it's for anyone out there, the urban legend of what conferences used to be in municipal conferences. It's not that anymore. These are very good training sessions, connection, networking sessions that any progressive council and council members need to be there to be out front. Deputy Mayor Tom's comment. Yeah. If you're not there in front of the ministers and whatnot, your voice isn't heard, and the way the province and feds work, the money doesn't flow either. So there's a lot of that to it as well. Direction, or Jamie's nodding his head, direction that we look at that, that's going to make a negative impact on where we want to go with the budget, but I don't think it's tremendous. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Eccles, and I'll be very brief here just to try to capture the budget number. If we take your average conference, 3 days, some are 4, but if we take an average, the bulk of them are in GTA that we attend. We arrived at a number of 350 or whatever the hotel is, just as an estimate, call it $400 per night. So you're $1,200 in your accommodations. I think we can arrive at a budget number to put in there. Just so it's just not comes after the fact. So if you do on average three nights, we know the meals are $75. Again, that's a difficult thing to sometimes accomplish in Toronto, but that's okay. So I think if we use that number and we use the number of counselors, and if we don't all attend, then at least the number's there and the money's been allocated. We understand what it's for. So I think if we use that base, Carrie would know, or Director Mike would know better how much the hotels are probably on average, probably up to 4 now went to conferences. So I think we use the base budget on that and then the meals and just do it times the 7, couple conferences, we might be closer to just having a number there to use. Thank you.
Yeah, so the Roma conference, as an example, expenses were 676 to 742. Registration was $575. So I don't know how many you want. Do you want the limit back in, or just the exclude the conference registration from the $1,500 max? And you tell me how much you want to put into the budget.
Well, I think I would go with 2 conferences. Yeah, you can work two out of that 1,500. At that, as you said, Rome was 5 something to register. AMO is 7 something to register. But even at that, that's not going to make it to the 1,500. But what wouldn't be in there would still be virtual training sessions. I think Councillor Hutchison just said that. Even those ones are going to be $125 to $225 to register for them. That wouldn't limit, would still allow you to get into some of those as well too. If to max it out. Some of us, some council members won't max that out either. There'll be a slight surplus. It doesn't mean you can carry it over to the next term. Well, I won't be doing that. But that's where I would like to go. So if we can get that. Would it be another $8,000 in there, Carrie? Would be on the expenses side? Just throwing it out there, no one, as you said, $500 to $600 for Roma 3-day conference in Toronto. So 600 times 7 times 2. Yeah, going to throw it out at 8,000 will be added into that expense. Okay. Jamie.
Through Mayor to Council. So in order to move forward with this, we would need a motion outlining the direction given, and then Council would need to vote on it. Through Mayor, Council is the Budget Committee, so Council.
Okay. Tom, Mayor.
Okay, I'll give it a shot here.
All right.
I'd move that the council conference complement be set at $1,500 for registration, whether virtually or in attendance. And then it would be plus the expenses. Accessory charges, call it. Is that clear enough there, clerk? Or just try to keep this nice and clean? So it'd be $1,500 unlimited. So if you want to do all virtual, there's no limitation on what you can do. If you do 2 conferences and you still squeeze it virtually, so be it. But all the expenses are a secondary item. Thank you.
So that's, you're doing $1,500 for the registration only, whatever number you get for that registration. That, not putting in the 2 limit max then, because it's under that registration. Plus expenses, are you looking, you had mentioned $75. Do you want that back in? That daily max back in? Because that again was taken out when we did spend what you want. It's, you only get $1,500. So I just trying to be clear on how much I'm putting back in.
Thank you. And through you, Mayor, echoes to Director Mine. Yeah, that's why I said plus expenses. So that's going to, i.e., it's going to be your accommodation, your mileage, and that $75 meal per day. Would be, those are the 3. Well, and then parking, if you really wanted, if you have to have parking, that's going to be whether they capture that in the reservation, or if you pay for it. I paid for it before on my own. So I think any accessorial expenses outside of the actual registration within what we've discussed here. Thank you.
And it's just to be clear whether you want that $75 max in there or not per day. If you spend $5, submit the receipt. If you spend $85, submit the receipt. Like do we want the max in there, or are we just eliminating that? Like, just trying to, you know, because it was mentioned, just trying to get clear which clauses we put back in the bylaw.
If I may, I think 75 is light, but I think we just cap it out at 75. I can figure out how to get around my way in Toronto to eat. And if you go over, you go over, but 75. And if it's just if you need receipts, that's up to you, Director, might do instruct. I don't know what you need for the internal system, but if it's a flat rate of 75 per day while you're away, then that's just, that's the number.
Up to.
Yeah, okay, thank
Up
you.
to with receipts.
With
yeah.
receipts, there you
Yep.
go, thank you.
Through Mayor to members of council, that was an interesting discussion that we had there. So if I haven't accurately captured everything, I apologize and please correct me. So that in consideration of the 2023 draft budget, council directs staff to bring forward a bylaw to amend the conferences and seminars bylaw to allow for $1,500 for registration plus expenses for mileage, accommodations, and meals, with meals being $75 maximum per day.
Yes, and I do, Clerk Controller, I do believe Director Mike did ask for receipts. So up to 75 with receipts, just for clarity. And I think the other part that needs to go into that is parking may have to go into that, because that can add up pretty dang quick if it's not included in the hotel when you check in. And I think that's the 4 items we identified. Thank you.
Okay. So we've got your motion worded. Do we have a seconder for that? Sir Hutchison, Doug? Okay, thank you. Any discussion further? Jeff? Okay,
Thank
down
you.
here, Mr. Shea.
Thank you. Gary, did we not also in the past bylaw include a per diem, like a counselor's salary? So we're leaving that out now. Is that my understanding? Mover.
Sorry.
Yes, that was, as long as the conference was within the $1,500 expense allowance. If we paid for the conference, then the per diems were eligible. So that was outside of the $1,500. So that would remain unless you want to change that as well. But it just that it has to be within that, something within a conference we've paid for within the $1,500, then you would get the per diem. It had the annual or the daily per diem in there.
So in this version that the deputy mayor is moving, we would need to explicitly include or exclude that, I would think.
Through Mayor, to the Director of Finance, forgive me, is that per diem included in our current bylaw?
Yes, it's in the current bylaw. It's a separate clause because it was outside of the $1,500, but it's just, it was only eligible if it was something we paid for within the $1,500 amount.
So through Mayor to members of council, in the absence of speaking to that per diem specifically, it would remain in that bylaw unless council amended this motion to remove it.
Councillor Noon, Joyce?
Thank you, Mayor Eccles. I know it's just a little thing, but I truly believe that receipts should be forwarded because the municipalities can recoup that HST then from those receipts, to my understanding.
Okay, any other comments or questions on this? Oh, got a seconder. Got a seconder from Councillor Hutchison, so I'm okay that way. Yeah. Oh, further questions? Joyce, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Eccles. Just to the Director of Finance, how much of an impact percentage-wise will this increase council's overall expenses? Do you have any idea at this point?
I believe the deputy mayor deputy mayor said to offer $8,000 to increase in the budget.
What would that percentage be though to increase it? Like right now it's showing at 1.8% increase. Yes, thank you.
So you're about 4.8.
Okay. Any further questions? Call the question on the motion on the floor. All those in favor? Any opposed? Declare that carried. Okay. All right. Okay. That's it for council administration. Is that where we're going next there, Carrie? All right.
There's not too many differences in this one. Some of the reserve transfers were associated with grants, modernization grants that we had received, and we were using some of those funds. I have increased the computer expense, just looking at a bit more security features on the system as well. It does include about 3% for cost of living adjustment. Again, council needs to make that determination at some point. It will require a bylaw once you do it, I believe, but transfer to capital, adding a little bit more in there towards the cost of the police station. But again, depending on where, putting some money in for transfer to an IT reserve, just so that we're ready when computers and servers need to be replaced. We've got some money set aside to help that, and finishing our records management database software. But then there's the police station building, which we did touch on a little bit earlier there. unless there's any questions in there.
Any questions, Doug? Councillor Hutchins?
So again, I'm right, we're looking at admin budget, right? Okay. So a question about under revenues. So there was a provincial grant of $45,000, but we don't get that anymore. Was that, what grant was that?
That was for a records management intern for modernization and some expenses associated with bringing our records into a better condition as far as electronically to help with the efficiencies.
Okay, but we still do have a municipal modernization grant reserve, right? We still have money in reserve for that.
There is a little bit that will be carried over for projects that we need to complete, but we had allocated all of those, all of the money for various projects based on the previous council's wishes.
Okay, thank you. And the other one was the Grants Canada. Went from 350,000. So it looks like it's still in again. Is that an annual? Well, it's not annual because it's not showing on the next 3 years. So.
So that is, we were using part of some of the gas tax funds to do some of the underground work for the water sewer services of the police station associated with getting the ground, the services into there. We needed some, so we were using some gas tax dollars for that.
Okay.
That was same as last year, but the project was paused, so we didn't use those funds.
Okay. Yeah. And I guess just to make a statement regarding overall budget, I do believe, and then Deputy Mayor has already mentioned that we are going to have to use some reserves to get this down. I don't know otherwise where the money is going to come from. And so I looked at some reserves from I had last year's 2022. So I don't know how accurate they are now. They were given to us in last year's budget. So I think they're probably going to be a little bit changed. But I just think that I wonder sometimes when we're putting money, we take money out reserves to help pay for things, but then again, we turn around and put money back in reserves. So somewhere along the line, we're maybe not going to be able to put as much money back into reserves if we want to get our budget down. So I just thinking that's one opportunity to try to bring it down is by not putting money into reserves in some cases. I know our director is very big on reserves, and I agree we need reserves, but we also need to get our budget down. So how we do that, that's one way, that's for sure. So thank you.
Would you like to comment on that as to where some of those reserve positivities?
A lot of what we try to put into reserves is based on your asset management planning. I know I'm going to need a $50,000 server at some point to be replaced, and I don't know, my estimate could be low. So I'm saying put $10,000 a year every year, and I'll spend $10,000 on that technical workhorse, if you will. So that's what that $10,000 is. In your budget bylaw, we do transfer any general surplus into a general capital reserve. So we've been fortunate for a couple of years. Sometimes there is carryover projects that are in the reserve because of timing, didn't get pulled out. But if we always take out more than we put in, at some point, it will not be there to offer you. Reserves also come in handy when if something breaks that you didn't expect, and we need a $100,000 compressor at the arena, or there's no ice when the season starts up. We didn't expect that, but if it were to happen, it gives you some flexibility to actually continue to move forward with the operations. Otherwise, you change your service level, or you run a deficit and you fund it the next year. If we have a deficit, it will carry over if we don't have a reserve to help offset that. So there's various reasons why you plan. Some is asset management, some is for a rainy day. So it's save now, spend later. But yeah, we do, most of them are for very specific purposes. We're trying to renovate a building, you save up for it until you can do it, but it's, yeah, they are there, they're discretionary for you to use, with the exception of those development charges, which are specifically growth related, or any other obligatory parkland dedication fees need to be for specific things. But they are at your discretion to change how you want to, the purposes that you want to use them for. It's nice to use it for more one-offs instead of just reducing your tax levy, because again, if it's not there, you're going to need it sometime. So it's just a caution, just to keep your eye on it so that you don't overuse it for items that, like the mayor had mentioned, operational items. Try to have it assigned to a certain item, because if it's just funding general operations, that's, that fund might not be there in future years. And at some point, you're going to need to raise the tax levy to spend on that.
So I understand where our director's coming from. I'd just like to comment that given that we're at 14%, we've had rainy days, we've had rainy months, and maybe even rainy years. And I think now is the time to try to get this budget in order. I like the idea that we're looking at 3-4 year budget down the road, because the message I think that we need to give to our groups is that going forward, we have a bump this year and we'll make it work. But going forward, we like to see 2, 3, 4, 5% increase coming forward, not 16, not 18. So plan it out, spread your budget out, build in things that you want to see happen, build into your budget so that going forward, we're not the guys that have to make the decisions on 16% or 18% and trying to get it down. We want that to be built into your budget. So I'm saying, let's use some of our reserves, because we just came through a pandemic and hopefully we're not going to go through another one real soon. But let's use some of our reserves to get this budget down where it should be, which is ideally, 6% would be great. And then in the future, let's look at getting it stabilized so that we're not up and down continuously. So that's where I'm coming from. And that's what I'll be promoting all day long is, can we take it from somewhere else? Can we take it from reserves to get this down, or we don't do it? Simple as that.
Okay, thanks, Doug. Jeff.
So just a quick response to Carrie and Doug. The one place that I don't think we should be taking the budget from, or the increase from, is the future. So it's fine to cut things out this year and say, we're not going to do this thing this year that we wanted to do this year, and we're not going to do it ever. And so we're going to take it out of the budget. That's fine, like we did with the crosswalk. But it's another thing to say, let's take money, let's take money out of reserves, or let's not invest in reserves for something like a server that we know we're going to need in a few years, because now we're just taking money out of the future budget. And so we're just pushing this pain down the road to next council. That aside, I did want to ask Carrie if it's possible in the admin budget sections, there's always this like $8 million item. Is it possible to actually break that out and the associated costs and say like a little next line with a little indent, police building, just for the general public reading a budget like this? It might be handy. And then you mentioned something about extending services and things like that. If those were identified as police building, would help me as a reader. Thank you. Just an observation.
Okay, thanks, Jeffrey. So that we've seen this, is there anything in this amended budget? We've had a number of comments about reserve funding. Am I correct in saying that there's 85,000 from levy funding that's going in? Is there any reserve funding that we haven't tapped or looking to tap along on the administration lines that's one time that could go into this and reduce that 85,000 levy? Care.
Yeah, the idea that the biggest one there, if you refer to your capital sheets, is $75,000 towards the new police station. You're probably going to need to eventually get that up to like 500,000 on the long-term borrowing amount. So again, to just cut or transfer from reserve for that, that's a very, trying to build it up. So and then the other one is the $10,000 transfer to the IT reserve. That's all that's in the administrative capital. It's those, the records management database software is part of the modernization grant money that we've been implementing. So that project is carried over, and File Hold, I think, is the platform that we're moving our records onto. So that's sort of been an ongoing, as we've transitioned through clerks. We've had different project managers on that one. So we're just continuing with that one, but that is coming from the modernization grant reserve. So that we had from prior years.
Just on that record management, if I can bring me up to speed, Carrie, that is a full-time position that we have that's being funded out of that? Or is that a salary that, or just a contract position?
It was a contract intern position for a temporary time frame. Yeah.
And that's done now. Okay. Anything else on admin, Jeff?
So, thank you. So you're cautioning us that next year, we're going to be seeing 550, something like that, towards the police building. So that's going to be, what percentage increase is that item alone going to be on affecting our next year budget?
Currently, oh, sorry. Currently, about 120,000 is 1%. So you're just shy 4.5%, 4% almost.
So if we're anticipating a 4% increase to next year to support the police building, and that will then be ongoing in the future forever, practically speaking. Is there any way that we should be preparing this year's budget to absorb that huge leap next year? Should we be like cutting this budget to the bare bones to make that easier, or should we be expanding this budget as big as possible to make that easier and do all the cutting next year? Any advice for that sort of long-term planning?
Yeah, we had been trying to build our way up to the amount. Originally, a few years back, we were trying to get to 300,000 in there. It drew it back to about 150, drew it back to about 75. So, and now the interest rates and costs have changed. So now not only is the project more expensive, but we're going to need to put more away. It's at some point you're going to hit it. If we start the build this year, we'll have some construction borrowing as the project starts through, depending on, I'm guessing Carl's not here, but I'm thinking it's probably a year-ish long project. I would imagine something like the construction of that. It won't be so it'll be probably later into next year before we actually have a final long-term borrowing, but we'll need to have temporary construction borrowing. So we'll be paying interest costs throughout the year once the project starts. So it's going to start as if council approves the project, but it's a strategy one way or the other, try to build your way up to it, then it's built into the base and you avoid the fluctuations. We're at the point where we're going to see a fluctuation. it's, we haven't been building it up fast enough. So it's a matter of smoothing or spikes, and whether you offset other departmental capital budgets, there's just as much. We've seen all the demands that are coming forward, the new Rockwood build. So we'll have different servicing that we'll need to do for that next year. There's lots of other projects that will be just as seeking the priority of council. It's just the choices. Ultimately, it comes down to what you want to prioritize in any given year.
Tom, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Eccles. I know it's very difficult to pin a number on it, but you've mentioned Rockwood, the new build. What is that going to be, like a 1% or be beyond that? Like that, we know that's coming next year, the start of it, and into 2025. Do we have estimated numbers of the impact on that one, if you will?
Our public works manager probably has a better idea on those. Some of it is, and it's when I say Rockwood, it's our servicing to get to there. It's not the actual Rockwood, their development on their property. It's just so that we can try to, on South Street between Garifraxa and where Elgin, where the county would take over. Some of that needs to be upgraded, the well, different things. So there's some of the sort of ancillary pressures on the system, not necessarily the Rockwood construction is not ours, but it's just to help get ready for it.
Mayor, Rockwood related, which is kind of where I was at, but yeah, so that is that's another, I'm going to say we should be looking at one or two there minimum to probably do what we need to do, just so that they can actually build, like in the back of our mind. It's always nice to be less, but I think that's something we need to factor in for next year as well. So just probably sitting at 6 or 7 now, January 1st, before we flick the lights, just based on what we've had a conversation with right here. Thank you.
Yes, there would be, but that would be a one-off through Public Works. I mean, I would hope that the Durham Road East project would be done, and there's a few $100,000 in there that is already built into the budget that would go towards that next year. So it may not be an addition, but there'll be a reallocation for next year's funding when we get to that point. Joyce, Councillor Moore.
Thank you, Mayor Eccles. And this again is directed at the Director of Finance. Just inquiring, like, is there any funding opportunities, any grant opportunities when we are going on to be building the new police building in West Gray and others? And maybe this is another time to bring this up, but would there be any like major corporations like in the municipality that would donate or make contributions towards the building? Just, you know, maybe I'm looking at like, say, a mill to help offset our costs and those sorts of things. But is that something moving forward that would be looked at once we're moving forward with the actual building to help offset some of those initial costs? Thank you.
Yes, through you, Mayor. The type of construction police buildings are excluded from a lot of our grants. Specifically, we have looked at different green initiative funding, but those aren't always out there either. But a lot of the grant opportunities that come out don't include. Same with administration buildings for municipalities. It's just not something that's typically out there. As far as corporate naming rights, we could certainly try to put something out there, but I don't know how successful we would be in that. It is a different economic environment for businesses themselves too, but certainly we can try to send out some letters to have the building named, or I know neighbors to our east have had their building named, the P&H Center. I don't know if they're starting to wane a bit after several years of that. There's different methods, but again, a police building might not be as glamorous as the recreation center that gets all your community in. Not all of the community may ever go into the police station if they're fortunate. If I could say it that way.
That's probably the most diplomatic way of saying it. Yes, very good, Carrie. All right. I guess on administration, that's looking at the capital side of it. Throw it out there. Is there anything on the administration side, the operating side, that could be adjusted? Just a quick minute while you're looking at that, just say it was interesting because there was a question to your point, Councillor Noon. Two individuals that were sitting there last month, and there was a question fired back at them at a police station that was built in, I believe it was Clinton or Seaforth, Huron County OPP. And we didn't get any answer on that. But what I can tell you is the province come out with a modernization grant specifically for OPP buildings. That building in Clinton, I believe it was in Clinton, qualified for that, and that was $20 million. The building was $20 million, totally funded by the Ontario Modernization Funding for Police Stations. The OPP garnered 9 of those and built 9 stations under that funding program. I would think it might be something that should be looked at for municipal police serving as well too. But just to say, I think that there may be, but it's going to take some prying and twisting to get there. Carrie, we were talking about administration and under the operations side of it. Is there any revenue generation that we haven't picked up on yet? Or suggested that could be? Or any expenses that have been looked and found out? You're shaking your head, and the CEO hasn't even moved yet.
History
books, I don't know.
Yeah, the areas that have increased audit fees, there is a change on audit standards. So there's a additional charge being budgeted for 2023 in order, it's on the technical side of, as far as the IT, they have to do a little bit more on that end. And again, the computer expense, looking at some further enhancements for security reasons, to make sure that we are as safe as we can be in our operations. There's, so that's in there.
Councillor Hutchison.
Just while Gary's looking things over there, I'm just curious under capital revenue, sale of land. Don't we sell land every once in a while? It's not showing anything in there. Is there no revenue coming in from that?
Well, we don't have any land currently for sale. Typically, we have not made money at the last few. Maybe there was 1 or 2, but we don't have you know, it's the one-off road allowances somebody wants to buy, but they don't want to pay the going market for it. So they have fallen apart.
Okay, because we've gone through some of those honorable road allowances. So I thought there would be money coming in there, but they've never closed.
If there was ones that we've had closed, but I haven't budgeted for anything, I thought maybe we were slowing down on some of those, but.
I thought maybe that we were going to, but that may be not a conversation for budget as much as it is to find out where we are at those. In my conversations with some of the individuals, it's been over a year. They've been trying to get a price. So anyways, that's as far as I'm going on that, and I won't go any further, Jamie. Yeah. Not to get any deeper into that. Good. Okay. So there's nothing on operation side and admin. Where's the next one you want to go to, Carrie?
So we've done the fire, done police, works. We could get down into probably recreation. What's other protection is it's a small budget, livestock claims. There's not much projected there to be different. So if we want to get into recreation, I believe our public works manager has gone out to the facilities and can help us if we want to bring him along as well.
So that would be a good idea. We've been here for an hour, getting close to 2 hours, slight break, and we can bring those individuals in. So let's take 10 minutes. And Sheila, everybody online got with that? We're good. We'll take a 10-minute break. Thank you. Yeah. Okay. All right, we'll call the meeting back to order. Clear up the computer. And Carrie, did you say the next attack was on recreation?
We'll focus on the recreation budgets now, yes. If we want to start with Durham Recreation, not much change in operations. Again, small adjustments for cost of living impact there. There's a lot of part-time help there, so it's a little more variable sometimes than some of the other ones. There's an increase in insurance, as you've heard about. The utilities, a little bit more in the ice plant repairs and maintenance, just to get the systems up and going. And otherwise, we can look at their capital. And pull that up. Here we are. So the Durham Arena, there's an electrical upgrade of the electrical panel in the compressor room, new starters, wirings, and relays. So that's one of the big projects this year. And the LED lights over the arena ice surface, it was in last year's budget, didn't get completed, so that is carried over. And we will be transferring those funds into reserve from 2022 to use in 2023. So that's the two projects in the Durham Arena capital.
Questions, comments? Doug, go ahead.
Just one of the things with, and I think it's in the 8 and also about the lighting. I thought I saw that somewhere. I'd like to see us, I guess it's, or maybe it's Newstead. I'd like to see us apply for a grant for anything to do with those lighting, especially now with climate change, to go to LED lighting. I can't see why we can't get some grant money on that. So I think before we move forward on that, I'd like to pursue that possibility of grant money for any LED lighting or change in lighting. Just because there's been a lot of talk with climate change and funding and so on. So it might be a possibility there.
Whoever wants to jump in.
Yes, there's a rebate on the lighting that we were going to get. It was around, I think, $6,000. $6,000 rebate on the lighting over the ice surface. So I originally budgeted 25,000 and it's coming in at 14 with the rebate.
So I don't have that rebate in there. I still have it at the 25.
Yeah.
Okay. But it was being funded from the reserve from last year. So the funds can either stay in reserve or if you do want to use some for the compressor. But usually we used to try to keep the arena capital budgets around that $50,000 amount. Some years it's more costly, other years smaller, but that project in particular for the Durham Arena was to be funded from reserve. So I will adjust the amount to 14, you said? Right.
Yeah, so it's 15. Yeah, so 14, about 15,000. So it's leaving us 10. We were pulling that out, 25 out, so there's 10,000 that possibly could go across to the compressor. And would still leave us money in that reserve, Carrie, without taking any more out of it.
Yeah, that would take out, right now we've got 25 from the reserve. So if we're going to take 15
yeah.
from the reserve for the LED lighting project, leave 10 in there.
So there's not the 50 that you just said you wanted in there. So there's absolutely just 25 and that's it. And the amount that we're putting back in this year or have been put in for a number of years? I guess that was a rhetorical question, 0. Council's thoughts. We're pulling the 25 out anyways. It's in this budget. The only positive thing we could do is use the other 10 instead of leaving it in the reserve. Pull that 10 out and use it on the compressor, which would drop that by $10,000. Thoughts? Jeff?
So Kerry, you said your preference would be to have 50,000 in the reserve because expenses that come up in year to year, unexpected or expected, tend to be pretty big. So I'm sort of thinking we shouldn't be trying to draw this reserve down to 0. We should be trying to build this reserve up because we are going to have expenses next year and the year after that and the year after that. With the big increase in police budget next year, I don't want to be adding more surprises to next year. I'd rather be having the surprises being, not surprises, the investments be in this year and then try and sort of steady it out and make it more stable next year. Does that sound about right?
Yep. And this one is sort of when I said tried to keep it out of $50,000, either expensing or putting some into reserve if we had a smaller expense. This year we're spending just over that $50,000. But we had, and now probably costs, it probably needs to be higher. But we had tried to keep it in there so that if it was just a $25,000 project, we'd have some in reserve to keep it at the 50,000 to keep it smooth. So this does drop it back a bit, depending where council's comfortable with. But yeah, trying to think, the equipment that we've got, Normanby, I think will be facing, and it's the other thing sort of between the facilities. Normanby will be needing a compressor, I think it is next year, possibly. Condenser, yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so the suggestion is there's 25,000 in, that we can reallocate that for this year and still be going forward to next year and not be in a deficit position. But by reallocating this funding, we would offset $10,000. Is that possible with this new information that Randy has given us? We're looking for 500,000, so I'm not sure whether it's 500 or 700,000, but it's somewhere in about there. 10,000 at a time, and we talked about that a while ago. One bite at a time. I'd like to get bigger bites, but let's start with the small bites. Yeah, these are nibbles. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Need that as a direction or need a motion? Thank you. Motion to use the 25,000, but allocate it differently than what is in the budget. 15 towards the lighting project and 10 towards the compressor. Yeah, the compressor project in the Durham Arena. Move, Deputy Mayor Tom, thank you. Seconder. Councillor Hutchison. Any further questions or comments on that? Jeff?
Carrie, this 10,000 is not related to the 10,000 for the so-called handicap washroom at the Durham Town Hall, is it? Okay, thank you.
Just when we're on the topic of compressors, have we investigated? I think I sent something through recently to to Sarah, our climate change person, about switching compressors over to, I guess we're running what, natural gas right now on our compressor, or what's the, what are we using on that? Electric? Okay, so they talked about switching. There's some program that you can investigate your compressors and switch over to a different method. I don't know, maybe if we're electric, maybe we're already there. But that was one thought I had. And then the other thing was you talked about, you got in here the electrical panel. And so you got $53,000. Is that going forward, that if we make any changes, does we still need to do that, put that kind of money into our electrical panel, Randy, that sort of thing?
It's original panel.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, you need your mic there. Oh, yes, my.
No, you don't need to be quiet.
Electrical panel is original, all the components. We did do an upgrade on the door back in when I first started, but a lot of components are original. And they want to put updated soft starts on the compressor motor so that they're not slamming when they first come on, to reduce wear and tear.
That's all going to be in sync with the
Yeah.
new compressor sort of thing.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
All right, any more questions or comments? Any more, we're looking at reductions, Randy, any more reductions or thoughts where you know, gifts that you can give council here instead of us being the bad Grinches and stealing stuff from you?
No, my budget pretty much, operating is pretty much is what I had last year. Other than I have engineering fees in for this year because we're due for that. And compressor room, we always seem to be going over on it, so I upped it just because it seems to go over just with minor breakdowns with smaller motors and whatnot, so. And the price of stuff just keeps going up too, so.
Just when you say that, that's a little bit of a, so we have in another budget line, we have asset management or building assessment for all the buildings. But the arenas on a 2-year basis, it's on every other year that we have an engineer come in and do a full assessment on the, sorry, every 5 years. Thanks, Randy. The building assessment individual that's coming in, arenas in that as well too. We've been doing that for years. Is it redundant? Where's the redundancy in some of these, in that building assessment project? Because as Randy's just said, and I know Tom, certainly at Ayton and Newstead arenas are expected, I'm assuming on a 5-year basis as well too, right, Cody? Okay. So a building assessment individual we're hiring to come and redo, how much of that can we cut out that we already are doing? I'm just wondering towards Jeff, our buildings, the public works buildings, whether it be at Landlash and Bentic or Glenelg, Ayton, Durham, have we been doing any of those as well too over the years?
Nothing of any real significance, and the engineering inspection of the facilities, the arenas, I would expect it to be limited to structural and not a full building assessment.
So then identify for me, what's a whole building assessment if it's not structural? Just for my own, I'm not being facetious, but the engineer's going through the building to do structurally integrity. What next do we have?
I would expect the assessment to, the full building condition would look at the actual building performance of all the various systems in it, and not just the structural. You'd get a bit more information. I would expect it to look a little bit deeper at the electrical and the HVAC, for example.
So there again, then the next question is, how did we come up with that we needed new lights? How did we come up that we needed a new compressor? We've got some pretty professional people that have been doing it. And I'll be more open. I just don't understand the professionalism that we have in the buildings and whatnot. And we're going out and hiring somebody to give us a 10-year projection or something of that nature. When I've got, what I consider to be pretty good people running the facilities, looking after, we just had an individual here that looked after our buildings. And we're hiring somebody at an exorbitant consultant price to come in and tell us, is it just to take the information from Randy or from Tim or Keith, some of our professional people out there, and knowing what they know and everything, and then putting it onto a piece of paper and handing it to us? I guess I know we're just slightly off, but it's one of those ones. What have we got a building inspection, in there for? When we've got building inspection, engineering, and people going on. Carrie, please. inform me.
So that is one of the budget request forms that would be an addition to the budget. So it is not contained in the budget. The only thing in the budget is the structural engineer requirement. So that is a budget request addition. So that is not included in the budget currently.
Good.
And
CEO.
thank you, Mr. Mayor. And if I may add that this was in conjunction with our asset management program. So in the budget request form, it does note that we would be getting information that would be able to continue the life of these buildings for the next 20 years. So, it's really a proactive thing, but as Carrie mentioned, it's just a budget request form that council we can defer it to another year. It's not something that has to happen right away, but it is a good thing to do to get an assessment. Part of that too would also be, accessibility requirements and other opportunities for energy efficiencies. If we spend a little bit of money, we do save on the other end of it. So that's what we're trying to find out.
Back, Carrie. Where were we? I guess I got us off on track. Where were
I
we?
think we're done with the Durham Arena unless there was somewhere else.
Yeah, go ahead, Doug.
Just a question under revenues for Randy. I'm just curious why our Durham Arena ice rentals on 2029 budget or 2022 budget was 129,000. And then you projected that it's going to go down for 2023. Why would our ice rentals go down rather than up? I'd get 120,000 in this budget. And then it went,
I haven't seen the year-end budget for 2022. I don't think we met even close to the 29,000. Because last year we were shut down for the month of January due to COVID. And minor hockey revenue was way down for the use of the facility. So I was just trying to balance out this year to what we would have taken in last year.
so we're not actually seeing actuals here then. That's just an estimate. It was in the budget, 129,000. Now it's 120.
If
Okay. Thank you.
can add on that
Yep.
too. We also, we're not sure of the impact of the West Gray Hanover minor hockey amalgamation. So how the split in ice time will affect us if they're over in Hanover for part of that time as well. So we didn't hit our targets at year end for 2022. And there's also that there could be less ice time booked again by minor hockey, depending on, because when Normandy and Durham minor hockey's amalgamated, they did alternating 1 month here, 1 month there. So it kind of split the revenues between the two facilities. So I don't know what the proposal is for this Hanover West Gray amalgamation, but if it has a similar type impact, there'll be a certain amount of teams that will not be, so our times might be not as booked up.
Yeah, so I think we do need to have a discussion on that, because I know there's some, my understanding that the ice is going out of Durham for April, because we usually keep it in April, but it's not going to be in our arenas April. So I know that's created some angst in society, in the community about that. I do think we need to have a discussion going forward about our arenas and where we're going, because now that minor hockey has amalgamated with Hanover, so now we have 3 arenas in the mix. We have Hanover, we have Ayton, and we have Durham that have ice in the wintertime. So where does that put us? So I think this year's, well, maybe next year is going to be sort of a wait and see what happens. But I do think that we need to make some changes of when we have ice and when we don't have ice. And ideally, I still think that there's potential for us to have ice in year round between our 2 arenas. And I think we would do better in terms of ice rentals. But that's something going forward that we're going to have to look at, because right now there's a lot of free ice time between Durham and Ayton right now, with the going back and forth with the minor hockey and that, and this is going to change us even more. So I just think it's something for discussion in the future, and it's probably going to change our budget somewhat. So
Go ahead, Randy.
Just a note, you can't forget about the lacrosse program. They start in April, so, and they run until the end of July, first part of August.
But we do have another arena that has no ice in it, right? So we do have another facility that could be used.
But technically, Newstead Arena is not suitable for lacrosse for games.
No, for games, yeah, but for practice,
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 yes.
it could be used. So, yeah, I wouldn't want to give up potentially ice rentals for when we could maybe accommodate the lacrosse. So it's just something we'll have to have a discussion, I think, in the future.
Deputy Mayor Tom.
Thank you, and I'll be brief for Mayor Eccles, just to respond to Councillor Hudson. Yeah, we have hockey has no clue right now where it's going to be. We're actually anticipating that the numbers should increase because we've expanded the region, if you will, and actually the center point of where it actually goes is going to increase some of our rate of choices for people to come in. And I know that minor hockey is really focused on developing girls hockey too. So hopefully we're all going to see a win-win with that. Originally when the amalgamation happened, yeah, we had multiple teams throughout and many girls hockey. That has kind of gone away. We are bringing that back in. So hopefully we're going to see an increase on minor hockey rentals in both of our facilities, of course, Hanover too, but we're more concerned about ours than theirs. But I think you'll see an increase this year or next year. Sorry. Thanks.
So with that said, and I believe I was at a game a couple of weeks ago in Durham, and it was a user that was on a kind of a slant in time. And there certainly is a expectation that they could be users on a full-time basis or on a very regular basis going forward. I don't know whether they've been in conversation with you or not, Randy. They do understand that Grey Highlands isn't as keen on having the AAA there, and they would probably take somewhere between 10 to 12 hours a week in Durham. on a consistent basis for 2023-24 season. Was that factored into this?
I have tentatively got them booked in Mondays and Thursday nights from 8:30 to 10:30 for 2 teams to practice, and Saturday afternoons from 2 to 7 for games.
Yeah, so, and you factored that into the revenue portion of it here?
Not at that time,
Yeah.
because
So,
the budget was handed in and this came down afterwards, so.
yeah, so I guess that's, not, yeah, we're dealing with numbers that went in before that came in. I guess now that we do know that, or I'm aware of it as well too. Is that another 20,000?
At least, yeah.
But between September and December would be at least another $10,000 for the 2023 season. Yeah, and overall it's probably.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah. Yeah, they average, I know when I had them in, I got them in every other month that Monday nights were available. So it was average $1,600 a month, so.
Yeah. But going forward, we can probably put them in every Monday night.
Yeah.
Not every, and
Yeah,
every month. Yeah. September, October, November, December,
yes,
going forward with the way minor hockey is. So now we would have them in constant. So that's going to be another. The word that I don't use politically very often, a very conservative number, if we put 10,000 in there. No, your microphone's off. You're not going to say anything. So that would be another 10,000 in revenue that we're looking at. We may be able to find some more revenues in another budget line as well too, but maybe not in Durham. So let's go with that. I would suggest that we could put another 10,000 in revenue. There's in recognizing the better use of our facilities. And good for you, Randy. I'm finding that as well too. You would like a motion to add $10,000 to the revenue? No? Let's say that's okay. All right. $10,000 additional revenue in there. Randy's kind of agreed to that, saying that that was where he thought it would be. As I said, that's, I think we're being conservative of that. It might even be more going forward if the ice could be used. Okay. All right. So there's another 10. Let's pick up speed and get going here for dinner time. The next one will be 20 or 30, might even be $40,000 we could find. All right. Anything else for Randy on the Durham Arena? Nothing for the arena. All time. I guess everything is in there on the arena. Just as an off-the-cuff comment, Randy, after the That's Amore Lions Club dance on the weekend, it didn't take you long. It was Valentine's in Venice. The 3.5 feet water and the Grand Canal that they had, it didn't take much to clean that up. And very good. The hall, we're going down through that. Anything there, Carrie, Randy? No, Doug, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, so is the hall rental the same idea? That, we budgeted 12,000 last year. This year you're saying it's down 3,000, so 9,000. So obviously, we didn't get, we're talking revenues here, right? No, expenditure, sorry. Let's look at the hall. So is the same situation for the hall, where I see it now. that the numbers are down compared to what we budgeted. Hall rental, so it's down 1,000, like, you know, it went up 1,000, you're saying, up 1,000. Okay, so that's not quite the same as the hall, the ice then. Why is the corkage $3,000 budget, but then this year we budgeted 0? Why do we not budget in for corkage?
If I may, and through you, we no longer charge for corkage. Renters are now required to provide everything that would be required for corkage. Yes, we no longer provide the supplies for corkage, so there is no cost to us, and that cost is now onto the renter, as opposed to them paying it to us. They now organize it on their behalf.
And if I could, I think that really come forward from the renters themselves. We all watch the Super Bowl. Some like Coke, some like Pepsi. And yeah, that I think is one of the biggest factors in there. And so it left the individuals to have what they wanted as far as mix and whatnot goes. And it works well, but I don't think seemingly it's going well. So that's why the difference is. Okay. And it's a WSIB. We don't want Randy hurting his back carrying all those 2-liter jugs either. Okay. All right. Anything else there? Summer programs? In on the Durham Rec? No? Okay. No, you do. Go ahead.
Yeah, so, so this is for Cody. So is that, you see summer program wages, 17,000. Is that, are we doing a summer day camp then in Durham like they used to do? I know you're doing Elephant Tots.
So when this says summer programs, so this is not the actual summer programs. This is the arena guys looking after the ball diamonds. They look after the pool as far as pumps and chlorine and cutting the grass or that type of thing. But it's not the actual programs. Yeah, in this budget, that's a separate budget there.
Anything else from anyone on Durham Rec? So now with that bit of a change and whatnot, instead of 17.41, which was we can say that Randy's is down now to 7.41. A little closer to that, Carrie? Yeah. Okay. All right, nothing else then for Randy. Recreation, we have. Or I guess did we do, sorry.
Yeah, the Durham
That's
Town
it for
Hall.
the arena and that, and then there's town hall as well too.
Yeah. The biggest pressure there is the increase in insurance, which is a common theme throughout. And we continue to put money aside into reserve for the accessibility, hopefully an accessible washroom project. So we continue to pursue grant options as they open up, but we were trying to have some money aside to help the project move forward as well.
Okay. Any other comments on that? Going once, twice. All right. Doug?
That's the question about insurance, maybe in general, because I know every budget line we look at, and insurance goes up. My read from the last I have, in our reserves, we have 300,000 in an insurance reserve. Is it possible that we can use some of the hit from the insurance to take it out of reserve? No? No?
We did do that a couple years back, just to help smooth it a bit. When we were facing a significant increase, we recognized 40 of the $80,000 increase or something like that. We used a transfer from reserve. We do have, should we get liability claims, we have a $25,000 deductible. Those are your slip and falls. So we're on the hook for the first amount of those. So we try to keep some in there. That's sort of why we've kept that reserve mostly, but.
Yeah, it was just a thought, because the insurance is a big hit all the way across the board, right? So if we can soften that blow, but I just thought 300,000, I wondered that amount, but yeah, I can see we need some for incidentals or accidentals, I should say.
Yeah, accidentals, and as Carrie said, the liability, but I believe there's also deductible on our fleet, whether it's police, fire every once in a while. We remind the fire chief of, some of his incidents, and public works as well too, with any incidences there. And are we 25,000 or 15,000 on those ones? Just, yeah, more of curiosity. Is it only 5 on vehicles? Oh,
Excuse me, I think it's only 5.
Okay.
The liability though, on
It's 20.
roads liability, we're gonna, if we get drawn in on something, or
Yeah.
Those sidewalks, those things. We did have a run where we were, I'm very unfortunate. So we did draw that down a few times, but hopefully we haven't been contributing back into that reserve. We've kind of just left it at that being a comfort level of a reserve to have for those liability claims.
okay. All right. That's everything from Durham Recreation. You can breathe easy now, Randy. And I don't see Tom here to do it, so Cody, you're in the crosshairs now. Start with Newstead. I believe it is there.
Yeah, it's the just checking through the program supplies. I think if that he also has his engineering fees in there as well. Similar, they need to be inspected every 5 years, so both facilities are hitting that mark. Not too much else in there. Insurance in the capital side. Let's pull it out. Newstead Arena. He's got $14,000 for new chairs. That's coming from the fundraising reserves. And then floor surface lights. I believe that's LED as well. And he's got the 15,000 in there, which is likely the net cost as opposed to with that rebate, because it would be this very similar surface area. So, yeah.
Okay. Anything else on Newstead? I don't see, how much revenue do we generate Those pickleball people and roller skaters, I'll tell you. I thought I'd give a comment there. Thank you. Councillor Hutchison, Doug?
So I see on the Newstead Arena that it says floor surface lights. So those aren't actually I'm not sure what the floor surface lights are that we're putting in for 15,000. What are those?
That would be the LED lighting.
Which is on the floor level. It's not the ceiling lights.
The floor surface.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I wondered when I said floor surface lights, I thought, would you have some kind of special lighting for, well, it could be for their roller skating. I know they get all kinds of lights. So my thought again, why aren't we applying for a grant for that? There is grant available for modernization, updating, climate change. Let's go for a grant instead of putting it in our budget under levy. Because I think there's grant money out there. It's just a matter of pursuing it. So that's where I'm coming from on that one.
If I could, Cody, if I'm correct, you've already got about 6,000 in there, the same as the Durham Arena.
Sorry for
The hydro rebate.
yes, for the hydro rebate, yes.
We won't know if we don't apply. I'm going to look to Cody, and my suggestion was, yes, we can try and find and apply. But, you know, there's no guarantee. If that come in, then we'd be in a greater positive. But go ahead, Cody, your comment.
We are applying to all grants that we are eligible for. Often when you are looking at those grants that increase efficiency of the building, you're often looking at full building retrofits or rebuilds. So there'd be a large capital expense associated with that. Majority of the grants that we are seeing come in terms of rebates for the lighting, which we've already discussed, which we've included in the budget.
Oh, is the 6,000 you said coming off of the 15,000, or is that, I don't see it on the line, grant on there, so I presume it's only 9,000 that we need for the grant, like the lighting then.
I cannot speak fully to that project as I don't have the estimates in front of me, but given that the floor surface is the exact same size as Durham, I would anticipate that the $14,000 for the project is sufficient and includes the rebate.
I believe Tom budgeted for the net amount as
Yes.
opposed to the 25,000 with showing the $6,000 rebate on there. And then there's the about 1,000, again, the same, you know, got to get the Skyjack lift for the day or week or however long that is.
And I would certainly encourage, you know, and I think our staff does a very good job of that, of trying to locate and resource any of those grants that you've talked about. And we hear at a number of conferences as well, too. I think it's a little bit like fundraising. It's difficult to put it in there. It's a slippery slope if you put it in there and then you don't get it. But if you go looking for it and you've got zero in there, then it's a positive at the end of the year. And we can recognize that at the end of the year. Yeah, yep, we've done it. There it is. But I would certainly encourage supportive staff to keep looking for any of those ones. And I think other than the one that's guaranteed right now from Hydro on this retrofit of about $6,000. Go ahead.
The only problem with some of those grants is that you're supposed to have the grant before you do the project, right? Rather than doing the project and then start looking for the grant. So you sort of, our hands are tied, right? If you go ahead and do the project and then say, well, you've already done it, so we're not giving you the money, right?
Yeah, the hydro rebate programs are basically the other way around. But yes, often like if you're applying, if it was a Trillium grant for a bigger project, you can't start the project before you get approval of the grant. With the case of the hydro rebates, because it's a rebate as opposed to a grant, if you will, you got to spend the money and apply to get it returned.
Anything else on the Newstead? Doug, go ahead.
I'm just curious about under Newstead Arena rec program supplies. We 2022 we budget 0, then now we're budgeting 3,000. So what's the change there?
Sorry, that could be the roller skating, whether they need skates or wheels. Like I think can't think of, there might be pickleball supplies perhaps in there as well. But those would be the two main programs that run out of the Newstead are the roller skating and the pickleball. So it would be, I would assume, supplies associated with one or the other.
So it must be a one-time thing because they're not budgeting anything going forward. So they got 3,000 just for this year.
Yeah, they might need a set of skates, a certain size that have kind of run their course of their lifespan or that type of thing.
They've rolled right out the door. Okay. All right, that's it for Newstead. Just read this, but there's one interesting thing. Newstead Arena transfer to reserve. We've got a contribution from reserve of 14,000, and then we're transferring 14,000 back in. And that's showing us you said that was coming from the fundraising reserve for the tables on the 14,000.
Yeah, so it should be all in the expense reserve. So it's funded from the projects funded from the reserves, but it's not expense. That should be 29 all in capital expense.
So
spend $29,000 to projects. Sorry, $29,000 to projects. The chairs are from the fundraising, and the floor surface lights of $15,000. That's from the tax levy. But it should say 29,000 in the capital expense line and 0 in the transfer to reserve line. The net amount does come down to the same. It's just I missed that he had it separated there. Yeah, basically 15 becomes 29, 14 becomes 0 in the capital expense. Capital always budgets 0 out, so it's funded 14,000 from the fundraising reserve and 15,000 from the capital from the tax levy. So in the revenues do show the transfer from reserve. Your capital expenses should show one line of 29,000 instead of 15 and 14 there.
just thought there for a minute that we were putting 14,000 with the 14,000 that had been doubled up, but okay, I got it now.
It still needed to be in there. Sorry, still needed to be in there. It just should have been all in the capital expenditure line as opposed to the transfer to reserve line.
Yeah, that's where the difficulty comes. Okay. All right, thank you. Newstead Community Hall.
Not a lot of changes in this one. Pretty status quo. The capital item is transferring 2 reserves for the Newstead Hall roof. We've been putting money aside for that eventual project. That's the only capital there.
In the Newstead, the corkage obviously was explained with Durham there. Was the offset there, because that would be 2,500 from revenues, the expenses, has that been reversed out of there as well too? And where would that be reversed out?
So in 2035, Pop Juice Ice or Pop Ice Juice, it was $1,400, is now 0.
Okay. All right. Anything else? Well, once, going twice. And we're over to Normanby Arena. For the Community Hall and Parks in Newstead, Normanby Arena. Any variances or difference here? Start with the revenues.
He does have a bit more in the ice rentals on Tom's budget. He's got an increase of $8,000 in his ice rentals. The rest, most of those are status quo. Expenses, some utilities. He's got a little bit more in building maintenance. That'll be probably he's planning to fix something there. But otherwise operationally, there's not a lot of change there with the exception of the normal insurance item. On the capital in the Normanby Arena. We've got resurfacing of the tennis court for 20,000. The ice surface lighting, again, a net of 15,000. Flower beds at the front of the arena, replacing them for $10,000. And then transferring 2 reserves, 25,000 for the arena hall renovations and 40,000 for arena ice resurfacer. So that's the items in the budget for the Normanby Arena.
Any comments or questions? Councillor Noon, Joyce?
Thank you, Mayor Eccles. I would make a recommendation to remove the resurfaced tennis court at this time. I don't think the evaluation of the current conditions have been looked at, and I don't see that people are requesting that they want to use it at this time. I know I shouldn't look at it that way, but if the need was there, that people really want to use it, then I would look at, I should retract that again. For safety purposes, it needs to be evaluated to see if that resurfacing is needed at this time. So I would recommend to remove that at this time.
Jamie, go ahead.
Through you, Mayor, to Councillor Noon, are you making a motion to that effect then, just for clarity?
I would so move that motion. Thank you.
So just to be clear, you've moved the motion to remove the resurfacing of the tennis court. And I believe that was $20,000, Carrie. Okay. For further clarification and information. Somebody second that? Deputy Mayor Hutchison, Tom, thank you. Any further conversation, questions on that motion? Doug?
Yeah, I agree. I wouldn't want to spend $20,000 until we sort of analyze what, I'd like to know what kind of condition the tennis courts are in and whether they get any use. So my recommendation is let's just clean them up and make it sort of usable surface or usable area and see if people are actually using it. I don't know, are there tennis courts there, tennis nets there to be used? And so people can actually access them and play some tennis. So if there's a demand, then maybe look at it. But yeah, $20,000 for to resurface and not maybe have the use or demand for it, I think is a lot. So I agree. I don't think it's something we want to do at this point, but let's take a look at it.
Councillor Shea, Jeff?
I thought we discussed this recently, maybe it was previous council, and we did have a request from the community, as I recall, to upgrade the tennis courts. My recollection looking at them is that they're in a pretty unusable state. I don't know if there's weeds growing out of them or whatnot. But I thought part of the idea was that, you know, resurface it so we put it in a, you know, barely usable state, just make it acceptable for the short term, repaint the lines and probably add pickleball lines as well. And we'll see quadruple the usage. So it did seem like a minor investment for something that came from a community request. But if it was the previous term of, it was in this term? Oh, okay. So everybody's familiar with that request. I forget who the request was from and if we made a determination based on the request.
Well, through you, Mr. Mayor, Councillor Shea, you're correct. It's a budget request form for this budget, and the request is for $25,000. And the request is that the tennis courts, they've been sitting idle, so repaving them could also enable a pickleball court to be incorporated, perhaps basketball hoops. They did mention that the Ayton Arena will celebrate its 50th anniversary in July, and this could be a welcome addition to that general campus.
And who was the request from?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it's from the Recreation Committee.
Okay, so it just seems like such a positive step forward, a minor investment. You know, they've got a tennis court there that's in an unusable state. And so with this minor investment, we could put it back into a usable state. So we're basically getting a tennis court, pickleball court, and possibly basketball hoops for $20,000. Seems like quite a good deal, but I'll go with the flow on this one.
Okay. So I've heard two different figures here. I think the motion was for 20,000, but the request was at 25. So it just, Cody, please, somebody give me the right number for the motion that's on the floor. I think that's what we're looking for.
If I may, there was a little bit of a doubling up. So included in the Norman B recreation budget that's we're discussing currently, there is the $20,000 for the resurfacing. However, there was a budget request form also submitted for the same project, just at a different amount. However, the budget request form includes more than just resurfacing. It includes the installation of possibly new nets, basketball hoops, that sort of thing to flesh out the project. So I would assume that the whole ask would be $25,000 in totality.
So with that information, I guess in the budget,
It's 20. Yeah, that's what you got in the budget right now is 20.
And we would deal with the request. Can we deal with that on a different, but in the budget, it's 20. Okay, we've got the right number in the motion. Good, thank you. Any further questions or comments? Deputy Mayor, Tom?
Thank you, Mayor Eccles. I guess one of the concerns I have, I know that quite a few years ago, and probably not even that long ago, there was a tremendous amount of money put into the tennis courts in Durham here, which is West Gray, part of West Gray, like all the areas. And I could see maybe we go over and we assess the Norman B or the Ayton tennis court. But I think, we did do that investment in Durham, and I think that would probably be in the appropriate place for people to play tennis. I've looked at that. I got to be honest with you. I think more of the kids are playing more of basketball and floor hockey or outdoor ball hockey there. That's what they've been using it for. The screens are all overgrown with weeds and stuff, and I've never seen anybody playing basketball there. Now, for them to put basketball nets in, that might not be a bad plan, because that'll take the bigger kids away from Centennial Park, where the little ones are, so nobody would be injured. But I think myself, we're promoting tennis, which is any outdoor sport activity is great. I think we should be directing them towards Durham, where we have some pretty nice courts sitting here and probably underutilized. Thank you.
Carrie.
Just to provide some information for some of the newer council members, the investment in the Durham courts was done after the previous homecoming, not this last one. It was an investment from the, or a donation from the homecoming 2012.
If I'm not mistaken, it was a little bit more even at that time, which was 11 years ago, than $20,000.
Yeah, so that was my thought. Like maybe we spend $5,000 to sort of clean them up, and if you have to put a couple basketball hoops or something in there, so that to see if we get some use, and then maybe that becomes a project for their homecoming coming up. And if people really think they want it and need it, then maybe that becomes something that they generate some of their funds towards, because homecoming, you do generate quite a bit of money, and that's like you said, the Durham ones were resurfaced for $35,000 by the homecoming committee a few years ago. And even now, a few years later, there needs some more work again. It's not the type of service, and it's the type of service, if you're going to put that kind of money into it, you don't want rollerblades and stuff like that on it, because that destroys the surface. So, and bicycles. So it becomes a case you sort of have to keep an eye on it. But I would suggest, maybe we spruce it up, put a little bit of money into it, see if it gets some use. And then if they really want to push forward and there is a real demand, then maybe that's something their fundraising could use from their homecoming.
Good suggestions. Just a quick thought, are there basketball nets just to the east of the arena? Another public access facility? So there's none at the school? Exactly. The school has them as well too, which is right across the road. I mean, I know there's a gate between the two. How much is enough? Okay. Looking if there's no more questions on the motion that's on the floor, moved and seconded. All those in favor? Okay, it must be getting close to lunchtime. We need a little bit of nourishment here. Motion by Jamie, please.
Through Mayor to members of council, moved by Councillor Noon, seconded by Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, that in consideration of the 2023 draft budget, council directs staff to remove the $20,000 allocated to the Norman B Tennis Court resurfacing project from the 2023 draft budget.
Good. All right. Now that we have the motion very clear, call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? That's carried. All right. Thank you. Anything else with the arena? Councillor Forrester. Scott?
All right. My question is about the flower bed request. My understanding was they thought the front of the arena was getting renovated this year, and that's why they want to redo the flower bed. Is that the case?
Through you,
Yeah, that was directed at you. Yeah. Let me.
I am not aware of any renovations to the front of the facility. I believe the budget ask in front of you was just due to the frost heaving of the gardens. We, in the near future, we need to either look at replacing or removing them just for safety reasons.
Further on that, Councillor Noon, Joyce?
Thank you. To my understanding that, yes, the frost is causing a lot of chaos and that the railway ties are starting to decay, and it's to the point where it's just going to fall in sometime. So I believe they're going to replace it then with kind of a brick that it kind of goes with the outside of the arena surface, so that it's just cleaning it up and making it look much better. Thank you.
And yes, I've been there on a few occasions, and those gardens do have a life span to them, and I would probably max that out. And to ease Carrie's concern with liability, we don't want to see them falling on a vehicle that's parked there when there's a raucous dance at the community center hall. Might get going. Anyway, digress slightly. Anything else on the arena? Is there anything on the revenue side? We found that we might have some extra revenue with the Durham Arena. Not possibly as much with Newstead, but is there any with Normanby? Cody, you might be aware of any?
Through you, not at this time.
Could we be liberal and think that there might be an expectation, or is that one already built in?
Through you, we're always looking to optimize revenue where we can. But I would say the estimates that are included in the budget are fairly sufficient at this time. We are exploring other ventures for increasing revenue, but I don't have anything to report right now.
Seeing as this is always a visionary project, don't know whether we need it in black and white, but the success of some of your research, could we say that there may be another $10,000 in revenue coming into Normanby? Instead of, what have we got, 8,000 and, oh, it's 8,000 right now. Is there another 10 that's a possibility?
I'm all for being optimistic, but I am not sure at this time. If it's council's wish to inflate revenues, we can look at that, but I assume this would caution us against.
Sometimes you need a target to shoot for. Wouldn't say it's inflation, not inflating, but there might be an option there that I would think that good possibility with a few other arenas not being able to host some annual ice time rentals, that expanding some of the ice time in Ayton might be available. I would be comfortable in increasing that by another $10,000 a meet. By 10, yeah.
So just for clarity, we'd be looking at a revenue increase of about $18,000 in totality?
Yeah. With a little bit of research, we should be able to find that. Noting that, and one of the things that we'll say is that I understand that the facility that's not to the east of us Director, it's to the west. Yeah, the P&H Center. Hanover, the Hanover facility, they're projected to take their ice out April, I just forget what day, April 10th. And the Junior C hockey team of the Barons that have been there for 54 years, if they were to get past the first round of the playoffs, they're going to be looking for a place to play because they would not be playing hockey in Hanover. They've got no ice. I did hear a rumor, the same thing might happen in Mount Forest as well too. So at least one of those teams, I think, will be making it past the first round. And it could be one or it could be both of them looking for a facility to play in. I understand Brockton is doing some major work with their ice surface. It's coming out and there's a lot of work on the surface. So I'm looking around and thinking, where are they going to go? And there might be some other options as well too. Are you pointing at somebody down here or are you pointing at yourself?
I want to
Okay,
comment.
Doug.
I want to comment on that. So are you suggesting that we shouldn't pull the plug on our arena in case we need ice in April? Because right now we're taking it out in April.
I would suggest that, and I think, that it would be something very much to investigate.
Okay.
And I'm sure that if it was left in an Ayton, even for the month of April, it would be heavily used and we'd generate at least another 10,000 there. That's where I was coming from.
But Ayton probably wouldn't be acceptable for the Barons, like the Junior C, to play in, I don't think, would it?
It would be more acceptable than them playing ball hockey on the Newstead Arena.
Well, for sure, but
We got Durham is in a unique position where we've certainly developed, from my understanding, Randy, and correct me if I'm wrong, there is more activity with lacrosse than we have minor hockey. Even with the expansion that minor hockey has had, there's more registrants with lacrosse at this point in time. And I think we're committed to lacrosse and running it in Durham. And yes, in the past, they've used a little bit in Ayton, but the possibility of them doing some of that practice time in Newstead could work effectively. And the option then of extending the time in Newstead or in Normanby would be certainly beneficial to what's happening in the surrounding communities with us.
I was just curious whether the Junior C would play in Ayton just because of the size of the arena and the ice and whatnot, but
the ice surface is all the same. Yeah, would you be able to put as many in? Probably not. But then again, from my experience, the old Mount Forest Arena, before they moved into the new one, they can put more in Ayton than they could in that old one.
yeah. I was
Just saying.
You digress.
Yeah. Thank you for letting me go that far. Jeffrey, and then I'll get you to him.
Thanks. Interesting idea. I thought I heard somebody talking recently about when they were going to take their ice out, and they were saying we're going to take the ice out on such and such a date, unless our team makes to the playoffs, in which case we would leave our ice in. Do you think these dates in our neighboring communities are fixed, or do you think they would modify them?
Just from what I've heard, they're fixed. Or maybe there would be modification with some pressure from the facilities. But I think if there was an option for them, they would opt for the option and the facility would be taking the ice out for other functions. Just trying to assess it as best as I can without being right at the controls of those operations. But certainly leave us with that option. Yeah, we'll see where it goes. Deputy Mayor Tom.
Thank you, Mayor Eccles. I guess the only thing that comes to my mind, if we're pursuing some additional revenue, what other organizations should we be really reaching out to as well? Because I think there's opportunities galore out there with other organizations than the Junior C. That's all I'm going to say. Thank you.
Okay. Go. Doug, final comment.
Are we, before we leave this, I had a couple questions I wanted to ask about the Normandy Arena renovation and ice surfacer reserves.
Okay, just before we get to that, we're fine on putting in that 10,000. Don't need a motion on that. Good, okay. Seeing a nod from council, we'll do that. And Doug has asked a question, Carrie or Cody, about the ice resurfacer and, or what else was it? There was one other thing there.
The renovation reserve and the ice resurfacer.
Looking for a balance or?
Well, yeah, just we're putting in 25,000 and 40,000 respectively into reserve. I'm just curious, my account of the reserve shows that we're at 110,000 for the Zamboni and 50,000 for the Arena Hall renovation. Now that's as of December 31st, 2022, which could change. But I'm curious, what are our reserves at and what are the projects costing? Because I think at one time we had a costing for the electric Zamboni, right, at Ayton. I'm not sure about the Arena Hall renovations, what the cost was on that project.
Cody, you might have more on the electric Zamboni.
Yes, roughly speaking, and I haven't checked numbers as of recent, but last I heard, if we were looking to do an electric ice resurfacer, you would be looking at approximately $150,000, $160,000, not including any additions to the machine. That is just the base cost.
Okay.
And is there any requirement for the electrical panel or anything with that as well? Like if it's a whole project, right?
Plug in, yeah.
Typically speaking, there wouldn't be any panel upgrades required. There would be some electrical wiring as it is a essentially electric vehicle. We would have to install a charger in the facility, but that would only be a few $1,000s in contracting costs.
So Centennial Hall where the charger is and just charge it there on an end. That doesn't need a comment, sorry.
Yeah, so with this 40,000, we'll have about 150,000 in that reserve at the end of 2023. So it may be one, again, depending on if costs have gone up, they weren't looking at replacing it. Currently, the current machine is still running, but they were looking at it needing to be replaced in the future. So that gives us for 2024, if we want to do that as a project. And again, we're not sure on costs. Are they going up? Are they going down for those things? As far as the Normandy Arena Hall, we have 50,000 at the end of 2022. So this would put 75, I think it was another 25 in there. I'm not sure of the extent of what they're wanting to do with that renovation. I would need to check with Tom.
So with the Zamboni, I'm thinking by the time we order that, being an electric vehicle, knowing the way things are nowadays, you're probably looking at a year down the road to even get it. So is it possible that maybe since we're almost at where we think we need to be, that we could cut 20,000 off that reserve, so put 20,000 instead of 40? And then I don't know what the Arena Hall reserve or the Arena Hall, what the project is. So we don't know how much money they need there, but I'm going to suggest we take 20,000 off the Zamboni. But in the meantime, we need to get it ordered if we're going to go ahead with the two, because it'll be a year down the road, I would imagine, before we can get it.
If I may, through you, you're not seeing the wait times on ice resurfacers as we were seeing previously. Right now, your wait time would be a maximum of 6 to 8 months, potentially. But I've heard that manufacturers can ship out within 4 to 6 weeks, depending.
They're talking electric though, Cody, right? Rather than just the regular Zambonis, because a lot, I would think these are sort of unique, are they not?
It would ultimately be up to the will of council. However, I would say that you're seeing a fairly significant shift of moving from traditional fuels in ISO servicers to moving electric. It seems to be the new way to go.
Okay, so your suggestion Doug, was 20,000 out of the Zamboni transfer to reserve and 20 out of the Centennial Hall reserve. Okay. So you're making that a motion?
Yeah, I don't know when the project's happening or how much is needed, so yeah, we could maybe make some cuts there.
Jamie.
For simplicity's sake, I might suggest that we deal with those motions separately, just so there's no confusion.
Okay, so moving 20,000 out of the Zamboni reserve. Correct, Doug? For Normanby Arena. Seconder for that motion, Councillor Noon, Joyce. Thank you. Any further comments? Jeff.
Just, I missed hearing you, Carrie, when you said how much was in the reserve currently. Okay. And these units cost in the 150 range?
About 160. That doesn't include any upgrades we'd potentially be looking at.
If you recall, when we discussed the Zamboni, there were holes in the floorboards, and the current one was really sort of on its last legs. And now we're talking about replacing it not last year, which I was hoping for, not this year, which I was hoping for, not next year, and probably not the year after that either. How long can we continue to put this off?
So at the time we had originally approached council, we had thought that the condition of the machine was much worse than it was. At the time, there were a number of holes in the floorboard of the machine in which we were able to get repaired locally, and then we were able to float the machine to the manufacturer and have some major reconstruction done to it, in which the machine received a B rating. So we're still able to get a number of years out of that machine. I would say our time is limited. However, we're not in as significant need as we were previously.
Okay. Just for my clarification, sorry, Tom. The machine in Durham is about the same age, is it not, Randy?
2006.
And theirs is a 5. Okay, so just that. Maybe if it's kind of like McDonald's, you buy one, you get the second one free. Because we'll be coming up shortly. That I mean, we've got to make for that plan. That I think the Durham one as well. Tom, haven't been Joyce.
Yeah, well, he actually asked the same question I was going to ask, but I do have one thing to put out there. I think we have a lot of large businesses in our community. We have, and I will say it, Enbridge. I think we need to be approaching them. You see it everywhere else. We have some partners that are available to help fund some of these major projects. And I think that's more than an appropriate one. You see it wherever you go. And I've spent a lot of time in a lot of arenas around Ontario, and if not elsewhere. And you always see that. So I think that's a good starting place for us as well. Thank you.
Certainly, I think there is some funding there. Cody may want to comment on that as well too. On the, and I believe the last ones, there was some contributions from different organizations as well too. Randy's not said yes. Okay, Joyce.
Thank you. Yeah, I was going to say the same as Mayor or Deputy Mayor Hutchinson regarding some corporate sponsors that I believe. I'm not sure how far back, but when Ayton did have a Lions Club, they put a lot of the funding out for that. So perhaps there is someone else that we could reach out to, whether it's Enbridge. I'm not sure of Enbridge because they, with doing what they represent versus hydro or electric, But anyways, I'm sure there's someone we could reach out to help support that cause. Thank you.
The motion on the floor. Lost one member. I better get the vote here before we lose another one. All those in favor of the motion on the floor for the 20,000. That's carried. Okay. Second one, as our clerk has indicated, would like a motion on reducing. Do you have a number in mind, Doug, for the hall?
Well, even if we brought down 15,000, so make 10,000 in reserve. But I really don't know the details on that project, but if we're looking to make some cuts, maybe that's one place we can make some. So even if we made it 15,000, keep 10 in.
Oh, sorry.
Arena Hall, yeah.
Is there any ability of staff to give us an update on what this project is and how urgent it is or where it is in its funding cycle development?
I cannot speak too much to the bounds of the project, but I believe this reserve is just to set money aside in the event that we eventually would like to renovate the hall. So there is no project in mind as of current, but just setting reserves aside, basically.
Okay. Okay. Further then about removing 15,000 from the Norm Bay Arena Hall reserve, transfer to reserve, removing 15 from that. Okay. No further questions. I'll call the question. All those in favor of that? That is carried. Jimmy.
Through to members of council, I don't want to tell you when to take lunch, but I will note that it has arrived. So just putting that out there.
Call the meeting back to order. Thank you, Sheila. You've got everybody back on again and we're ready to go. I apologize for a slight delay. But we're back and Norman Bay Arena is where we were. Recreation and on the Norman Bay Arena. It made a couple of adjustments. And was there anything else on the Norman Bay Arena side of things? No? Oh, sorry, Jeff. Councillor Shea.
So the last item we looked at was the renovation reserve, I believe, and we cut it from 25 to 10, something like that. Can you tell us how much is in that reserve currently?
$50,000 currently without this year's.
Okay, 50,000 without this year's, and we don't have an idea of what that reserve is going to be used for.
I don't believe they've got concrete plans at this point. Like, I don't know if it's something like adding windows similar to the Durham Arena, or I think their kitchen is in pretty good shape. I don't think it needs that. Washrooms, I think, have been done. So I'm not sure if it's lighting, sound, but I don't know if they've developed a whole idea of what the recreation committee's wishes, dreams were on that project. I think it's in the infancies of details, but
I was just wondering if we don't have a concrete plan in front of us and we already have $50,000 in the reserve, if maybe we shouldn't just reduce that to zero this year, take another 10,000 out of that. If someone could tell me that that's irresponsible, I'll back down, but I'm just floating ideas.
it's not one of those need to have projects. It's a nice to have, if you want to put it that way. It's not like the facility is structurally sound. It's not like a asset management type thing. So it's something that's, we can, if we get something more developed in plans, try to apply for a Trillium grant or, and help fund that way. It's just, it's never gotten any legs really underneath it. So it's not like replacing the electrical panels and things that kind of need to get done.
Did I hear a motion?
I'll move to reduce that a further 10,000.
Councillor Hutchison, Doug, thank you. Any further comments, questions on that? I was going to say it certainly is, the hall itself, very functional. All of us were there for one of the all candidates meetings. I'm not sure on any major, this would be a major project right now. I'm looking at Cody and thinking, is there a problem with one of the exit doors? But that comes under building maintenance. It's not where it would come out of this type of reserve to look at. So I agree with you. I think that's fairly sound. Councillor Shea, any further questions? All those in favor? That is carried. Okay. Centennial Hall. Yeah, the next one was Centennial Hall.
Not much of a change on this one as far as operations go. Kind of status quo on their capital. Flip over. They have 10,000 in there for new ball diamond bleachers and a kitchen renovation. They have a total of 75,000 in. 22.5 would be from the tax levy, There's some hall renovation reserve that we have set aside of 15,000, and fundraising was willing to put 37,500 towards it.
Okay. Any questions, comments? Sorry, Councillor Noon, Joyce, and Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Eccles. I move that we strike this project at this time. I'm hoping that future fundraising will help offset that cost, that we don't have to depend so much on the levy. Thank you.
And I guess all of the capital, or there's a couple of points in there, so I just want to get clarification on that, Joyce, please.
Thank you. Sorry, no, I'd like to move forward with ball diamond bleachers, but not the kitchen renovation. Thank you.
And the kitchen renovation was, I guess I'm looking for a number. Leaving the 10,000 in for the ball diamond renovations. Basically.
The kitchen, the total project was 75, 22.5 is what's going to reduce your tax levy.
Yep. Okay. So that 22,500 for the kitchen upgrade. Joyce? Thanks.
Thank you. I'm not sure if Jamie has made any resolution yet, but I'm even suggesting maybe that we take $10,000 of our fundraising account and apply it to the new blue ball diamond bleachers to offset that $10,000 levy. Thank you.
Through Mayor, I would suggest that we do that as two separate motions, again, just for clarity.
Okay. All right. So it's striking the kitchen upgrades at the Centennial Hall, which X number of dollars from fundraising and 22.5 from levy support. Moved by Joyce, seconded. Jeff? Okay, I need a seconder to get the motion on the floor. Seconded by Deputy Mayor Hutchison. You had a comment first, and then I'll go to Jeff.
Thank you, Mayor Eccles. Yeah, I guess my question is, we've seen this for many years coming before us, the Centennial Hall kitchen. I don't even know what the state of affairs is in there, and I've been approached there. Do we have a list or what it needs or what it's all about? Because we just keep hearing it. So I'm just curious if we could have something come back to us so kind of know what we're up against. Is that possible? Thank you.
Yeah, Cody, comment on that, please.
Through you, if I can speak briefly to the condition of the kitchen. Currently, as it stands, the kitchen is in fine condition. I would say if we're comparing it to modern standards, it's dated visually, but everything in the kitchen is fairly functional and meets guidelines. Upon review, we may potentially have to replace one of the refrigerators over there just to meet guidelines, but at the end of the day, that's fairly operational. So.
Thank you. Jeffrey, Councillor Shea.
I wished we had more concrete information on this. The piece of information I find the most concrete is that the community has fundraised 37,000 towards this project. So that's more than half of the required budget. We decided to scrap the renovation to a tennis court because it wasn't sufficient evidence that the community was really clamoring for this tennis court to be renovated. The citizens here, the fundraising committee, seems to be really committed to this project, and for that reason I would be prepared to support it, unless somebody told me that this is a waste of time and that we don't really need to do this and we should put this on a back burner for a number of years. But I don't know why that people would have fundraised 37,000 for a project that's not really necessary.
Okay.
To clarify,
Yeah,
just so that everyone's clear, this is from the Normanby Fundraising Reserve Prior to COVID, they were looking at using most of their reserves for accessible playground equipment at the Centennial Hall, and they have changed their mind and have it's not like they fundraise for that specific purpose. So they're changing their priority list with what they've submitted, and would like to push the renovation of the kitchen ahead at the Centennial Hall. But it's general fundraising, the ball tournament, Elvis dances, different things, but it's just the general Normanby recreation fundraising. It's not that they fundraise in the community to say, and we're going to use it for this. It's not like the kitchen hall renovation reserve or fundraising event. They don't identify it that specific when they hold their events, just for clarity.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments? Tom, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. So it just briefly, I'm picking up on what Councillor Shea said, and I know this has been around for a long time. Is there a partial need? You just mentioned the fridges there, Cody, just an example. Is it a new counter? Like, can we have an idea what they need? I don't see a full retro of 75 if things are functional and it's good. You know, is it just a new countertop to start to move forward on it? So do we do it in piecemeal, if you will, as we go, and what's affordable? And I guess that's what I'm asking, because you already said it's functional. I don't think there's a dishwasher there. That's an item that we can consider, but is there a way to give them a little bit, as Councillor Shea was kind of saying, it has been in front of us quite a bit. So thank you.
And we can certainly report back if you're not wanting to spend tax dollars on it, and come back with what, okay, it would need X, Y, Z, that would cover $30,000. You know, fundraising, you still want to use for that. You know, we can certainly bring it back. But if you're not willing to, you know, do a full, and again, not knowing all the details of what they were planning to do in there, as far as, I don't believe it's an expansion of the size of it by any means, but we can certainly bring a report back with some details and a list or a menu of items that might be, could be done within a partial fundraising.
Kind of a committee or a report back to council on the needs and the wants here. Okay, all right, good. Motion on the floor at the present moment is Amy.
Through Mayor, what I gathered from the comments made was that in consideration of the draft 2023 budget, council direct staff should remove the $22,500 allocated to the kitchen upgrades at Centennial Hall project from the 2023 draft budget.
All right, good with the motion. Call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? That's carried. Okay. Anything else on Centennial Hall? Joyce, go ahead, Councillor New.
I'd like to bring a motion forward to use $10,000 of the fundraising account to offset the levy for the new Ball Diamond project. Thank you.
Okay. Seconder for that? Okay, seconder for that? Thank you, Scott. And Councillor Forrester. Question, comment?
My question about using the fundraising money, isn't that up to the Normanby Recreation Committee what they want to spend it on?
Historically, that's always been how it's come from, is usually the committee brings forward projects historically.
But we have the motion on the floor. The funding is there, and I think this is something that I'm going to make the assumption that the committee it's one of the things that they had put in for. And I can see if we can get their blessing for it, but it's the way that we can fund one of their requests. It's their request and their money. Go ahead, Joyce.
Thank you. Just to bring some update on that. It was one of those projects that was, we had that new business in Ayton, I just forget their name right now. They were going to donate, putting in stands for us, but then they had to be engineered and it just kind of went away. Like we just never fulfilled completing it, but it was always a project that we did want to see in place and had various designs that we wanted to have put in place. So it was always something that we did want to do. It's just that was pre-COVID, and then COVID happened, and then we lost some of the newer or the younger members. So it just never went anywhere. That's kind of where that history of the bleachers went. Thank you.
So I think we just heard from a member of the committee giving her blessing on using the money for this project. Okay. All right. Motion's on the floor. I'll ask, call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? Yeah, well, then we know. Yeah. That's fine. No. Understood where you're coming from, Scott. No problem. That is carried. Okay. That should reduce that 106% down significantly there. Yes, good. Now, if we could find some significant budget items to come down 100%, but we'd probably have to look at Public Works to do that to get to the number we are at. He's not biting right just yet. Okay. That's it for Normandy Rec, Centennial Hall, the arena. Carrie? Yeah.
So we kind of touched on a bit the other day on sort of the other recreation items, the Elmwood Community Center, Stoddart Hall, some small items there. There is a bit of money carried over from 2022. Flooring project didn't get completed by the time the year ran out. So that, but that was funded from last year's levy. So that's just moving forward to this year. But if there's any.
So that's the one not at Stoddart Hall, but at
the
Elmwood Community Center.
Yeah.
Yes. Everyone's there. Councillor Hutchison, Doug?
I can just speak to the Stoddart Hall one since I was at a meeting there. They are looking at going forward to try to get some accessibility to that hall. So they're doing a presentation. They may end up coming to council to talk about where they're going and costs and whatnot, but it's sort of at the early stages, but we've been sort of pushing to try to get something done there because they have to make it accessible by 2025. And if they don't do something, then like a lot of these halls, they're not going to be usable if they can't make them accessible. So they're going to Greyhounds first because it is in their jurisdiction, and then they'll be coming to us since we share in some of the costs. And whether there'll be a money ask, I don't know, but it won't, obviously not in this budget because we haven't got it. But going forward, I think they're going to look at grants first of all and see what they can get. But it is something that they're pursuing at the hall there. So just an update.
But it sounds like it certainly won't be a 2023 project, so we need to really look at it, maybe something in 2024 or going forward. Okay. All right. There's no appetite or bite to cut anything from Elmwood or Stoddart Hall. Just as a side note, Elmwood Community Center Board, there's a wing night on Friday and movies. I have no idea what the movie is, so I don't. Oh, we're not having the movies now? Yeah. Okay. There's still the wing night is on, so, okay. Yeah, I'm good for that because I was hoping. I'm not going, so. Good. All right. There's still a wing night on there. West Grey Recreation. Next one, Carrie.
So this is the swim programs, the camp programs. There's a small increase in the materials and supplies here just to sort of bring operations up. It had scaled back or modified during COVID, and we've done a lot of changes in trying to keep it going. So, but Cody can speak to some questions if there is any as well.
And this is a program that's close to being revenue neutral. Cody, do you want to speak to that, or do you want to speak to that?
Recreation programming is not revenue neutral, no.
Okay. The revenue that is generated out of this is that's registration fees and whatnot for the programs.
Correct.
Yeah. There's no provincial grant funding or anything for these basically summer programs, I would say, right? Please.
If I can speak further to that point, we do apply to all, as you spoke to, summer programming type grants, so the Canada Summer Jobs, Summer Experience Program, YMCA Youth Employment Grants. A lot of those grants offset our staff wages. Not many of them will pay for operational based expenses, but we do apply for those every year.
Are those recognized in here then?
Yeah, so we haven't shown any in here. Some years we get none, some years we get one, some years during COVID, we did get a few more. They modified the program, 3, was it? And they did sort of make a few changes in the basis of the Canada Summer Jobs Program. But yeah, we don't know how many, if any, we'll get. It's up and down.
But we don't know when we send something out for tender whether we're ever going to get a bid back in, but we have something in the budget. So as a council, do we stick out our neck and say X number of dollars on what we have in the past got?
$3,000 for one student. So depending on where you want to land, but that's about what we've got. 6 weeks, maybe. We never get the 16 ever. So it's about $3,000 on average per student if we got it.
And we usually have how many students under the program? 4 to 5?
Never been approved for 4 to 5. We will employ probably 4 to 5, but we've never been approved for all of them.
Most times we've been approved for 3.
In COVID, yes. Also been approved for 0.
Did she not get any? She did not get enough for lunch? Oh, Councillor Noon, Joyce.
Thank you, Mayor Eccles. And this is for the Director of Finance. Just looking at the wages, the 145,000, I'm not sure who that all encompasses, but do we know for sure that we're going to take on 4 or 5 students again? Like if that would be stayed the same or lowered, or like where are we at right now as far as the programming for 2023? And if maybe we could modify that number in any way? Thank you.
If I may, through you, we are anticipating to hire our full summer cohort of students. I would say as we re-enter the programming market post-COVID, our staffing numbers will increase as opposed to past years.
So I guess further to that, that would be, the full cohort would be 5?
Roughly speaking, ideally, if we could staff aquatics accordingly. As council is probably aware, finding qualified aquatics instructors is quite difficult this time or in this current climate. We would ideally be looking at probably about 4 students to staff the aquatics programming, and then probably another 3 to 4 to staff dry land style programming.
So it's 8 to 9 students where we're looking at. Councillor Hutchison, Doug?
So just a couple questions. So in this, with the wages and whatnot, we aren't running a summer program like we used to do, like a 5-day program, other than the Elephant Tots thing, right? So we're not doing a 5-day program in town. We do swimming basically morning and afternoon, right? Okay. Oh, sorry. All right.
Thank you for the question, and through you. Yes, our plan is to offer the full aquatics cohort, which is full day programming, basically from 8 to 8, and then running the summer program with Elephant Tots, which offers the child daycare, basically.
So with the Elephant Tots, how many staff would we have involved there per day?
Details for the summer program with Elephant Tots are still being finalized as they're a little bit up in the air. This year, just given capacity numbers, we're anticipating Elephant Tots will be able to take on a few less participants. However, we're proposing offering a park activation program to fill that gap.
Okay, so how many staff was that, did you say?
So the dry land programming side of things would take about 4 students.
4 students on a regular daily basis.
Yes, Monday through Friday for the most part.
Okay. And my understanding on the Elephant Tots is that we do take in people from outside the area besides our own. I'm just curious, I know when you sign up for swimming lessons and some of the things in Hanover, for example, if you're outside their jurisdiction, you can't sign up, you have to wait a week. So they give their residents a week's grace to sign up, because I know in the past with the Elephant Tots, there are some people in the area that tried to sign up and either missed the deadline or tried to sign up more than once. So I'm just thinking that we should try to give our residents first priority, since we are funding the program or partially funding. So maybe that's something we look at, because I think if we have a delay entry for outside the community, then since we are supporting that. So is that a possibility, or is that not something we're doing this time, right?
Typically in the past, we have not done, I'll say, tiered registration with regards to residents versus non-residents, partially because on the back end, it's very, very difficult to manage, almost near impossible, just given the way postal codes and everything function within this area. But with that being said, when we do registration outreach, all of our promotions are West Grey focused, so that our residents would be aware of it first.
Sometimes too, what we get or what we find is mom might be registering the kids, but it's because they're going to stay for a week with grandma and grandpa in West Grey, and it's an activity. So while they may not live here, their grandparent lives here, and that's part of, so there's nuances if we tried to do it as well. It's not often the grandparent that signs them up for the camp program, but the parent that does, because they're going to send them to grandma and grandpa's for the week, and at least it's an activity. So we do get things like that too that are quite popular. I know several people that are in that situation as well. So it also offers that extra service to the residents as well. So it also offers that extra service to the residents as well. So it also offers that extra service to the residents as well. So it also offers that extra service to the residents as well. So it also offers that extra service to the residents as well. So it also offers that extra service to the residents as well. So it also offers that extra service to the residents as well. So it also offers that extra service to the residents as well. So it also offers that extra service to the residents as well. So it also offers that extra service to the residents as well. So it also offers that extra service to the residents as well. So it also offers that extra service to the residents as well. So it also offers that extra service to the residents as well. So it also offers that extra service to the residents as well. So it also offers that extra service to the residents as well. So it also offers that extra service to the residents as well. So it also offers that extra service to the residents as well. So it also offers that extra service to the residents as well. So it also offers that extra service to the residents as well. So it also offers that extra service to the residents as well. So it also offers that extra service to the residents as well. So it also offers that extra service to the residents as
So my only concern is that I think because we are funding it, that we should have, our residents should have first priority. And it goes back to the old days when we used to have talk about user fees, and there was a big to-do about user fees, especially with the local municipalities, that if you didn't live in the municipality, you had to pay a user fee. So we're not there, but I do think that we need to do everything we can to make sure that our residents are getting first dibs on the program, because we are subsidizing it. So, and I know there are people that come from outside our municipality that maybe don't have family here, because it is a good program. Elephant Touch is well known. It is a good program. So I think just some way of supporting our community first. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, any other questions? I guess one of the things that stands out when I'm looking at this budget is the wages line. I'm going to say there's a percentage of your wage that's in there as well too, Cody?
Through you, not a percentage. My wage is allocated to that line.
That's where it shows. Okay. Yeah, because I saw the OMERS in there, and that's the one that really tweaked me. Oh, students are on OMERS? Oh, that can't be right. But they might be now that the changes have been made.
Well, they are eligible, so it could show up. You have to offer OMERS to every employee when they're hired now, regardless of their status of part-time, non-continuous, full-time.
Correct. Okay. Anything else on this programming? Once, go twice. Councillor Noon, Joyce.
Thank you. Another line, the West Grey Membership Conference, that's $6,000. What does that cost all entail? What does it represent? Thank you.
Through you, that would represent corporate training conferences for myself, as well as any summer students that we have on board, including if any of them have to read your qualifications with Life Saving Society, Red Cross, that sort of thing, as well as that includes our membership for such societies as Red Cross, Life Saving Society, Parks and Recreation Ontario, that sort of thing.
That's it for that one. Thank you, Carrie. Yeah. Next one would be Lamlash Gnoke Hall, our local halls.
Yeah, pretty much status quo for both of those halls. There's not, I don't think much there. A little, the insurance is up a bit. Water monitoring, some of those contract costs for services. But otherwise, it's kind of a status quo. Try to do a little bit of maintenance on them, as if it's a window or a door or something like that.
Any further comments on either one of those halls? Both of them are rented 3 days, 4 days a week, 52 weeks of the year. 3 to 4 times a year. Councillor Noon, Joyce.
Thank you. It's just a comment more than anything. Again, with the municipal or the council's wishes over the years, keeping these halls going, and I realize budgets can't afford to upgrade them, but I honestly feel if they could be more modernized, I think the revenue component of it then would be then greater than it is currently. So it's just one of those things that, you know, you just kind of hang on to an Archie that everybody wants in their community, but they're just not being used enough to bring in the revenues that we hope to. So it's just more of a comment than anything. Again, from a fundraising prospect, if those communities could look at maybe doing some fundraising to enhance those halls would be greatly appreciated. Just a comment. Thank you.
I would say that probably over the last 10 years, I believe Lamlash Hall, the committee, or however you want to say it, has done a fair bit of work at Lamlash, but I think they've maxed out, in my opinion. I'm not a civil engineer or anything like that, but they've maxed out. And the same thing at Glenelg Hall. Yeah. How do you, one of those bad things, what do you do if you open the can? That hall, yeah, man, to modernize that hall, oof, to where you might think of going with it, I don't know where you'd be able to stop. Be one of those things that would scare, well, it certainly scare me. I know, and I've been at numerous functions in the hall and whatnot, but yeah, for the expectations of today, what's needed in a hall and the regulations to meet, it's almost, yeah, keep it where it is, because it could be an awful pit when you open it up. Doug.
Maybe, Gary, can you give us a number in terms of how many rentals we had in each of the halls? I think Lamlash is more used than Glenelg.
That's me.
Yeah, the last couple of years with COVID, obviously that's been difficult. They've been shuttered for a long time, but Lamlash gets used in the summer for family reunions and at Christmas time for family Christmases, sporadic maybe throughout. Glenelg maybe 5 times a year. It hasn't been a lot. We do have them now on our booking platform and our website. The bookings are done now through here for both those facilities. Previously, the committees were looking after some of those bookings. So we're trying to promote it a bit through those channels. We'll see whether it comes back. Their communities have changed. Some of their members have moved out of the area to, you know, that were strong supporters, or they have passed. So there was a group that was very strong at Glenelg. So they're kind of going through a little bit of growing pains and new community a bit out there. So we'll see, but it hasn't been used a lot. Like you can see from $75, that was kind of based on the closed hall, and maybe we get a rental, you know, when it opened up. But I don't know. Can you see the rentals there, Cody? I don't. Yeah. Lamlash is certainly busier, but it ebbs and flows. Certainly, it doesn't have. It used to have a regular 4-H group that used to use it, but it was a discounted rate. But they don't. There's not a regular sort of group. Yeah.
Roughly speaking, while I'm running the report here, Lamlash does get used quite significantly. I would say on average, we're probably looking at about 4 to 5 rentals a month. When we move into the holiday season around Christmas, Lamlash is chock block full. There's not a free weekend in December that you can get in there. So last year, I would say on average, and I'm still trying to pull the report here, and it's not totally cooperating with me at this moment. But speaking to 2022 numbers for Glenelg Hall, we had 2 rentals. Whereas Lamb Lash is probably being used 30 plus times a year, if I had to guesstimate.
Okay, those are the numbers. We're fine leaving that. Said it's at some point there may be a harder decision have to be made on this, but for today, seeing nothing else. Councillor Noon, Joyce.
Thank you. This is kind of difficult to bring forward, but I'm just wondering if there's any possible way we could incorporate into the website the interest by the Glenelg residents on their wish list for that community hall. If they feel they want to keep it, or is it something that, I mean, it's something we have to consider at some point, whether it's this council or future councils. It's a cost burden, and if it's not going to be used, maybe it's surplus and it may need to be sold. So it's just a thought, but I think we need to reach out to that community to get their views on what they feel is, if it's an archive kind of thing they want to keep. So it's just a thought. Thank you.
I would suggest that that be something that we look at over the summer and not necessarily in this budget cycle. But be prepared for it for the 2024 budget cycle. That, and I'm not putting anything on staff there as much as I'm putting it on council members ourselves to get a feel for the community of where it is. Markdale's on one corner, Priceville's in another corner of it, caught in between. Durham's not that far away either, with a number of hall facilities. And yeah, leave it at that. Is that okay, Joyce? Go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm not saying to make any decisions in this budget year, but just to get the feel of the community, their wish list, just for future budgets, where we're going with this cost. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Good. All right, so that's Lamb Lash and Glenelg calls. Cody, comment?
Sorry to interject, just to give you that report back. Roughly speaking, Lamb Lash had about 35 rentals in 2022.
Okay. And with a couple of months in 22 that you couldn't have rentals either. So very good. Okay. All right, on to the next one.
Parks.
Parks.
Pretty much a status quo budget for the parks. It looks after maintenance of any of our downtown flower programs, that type of thing. In the capital side, the Newstead Lions Park, the fundraising, excuse me, Newstead fundraising, would like to replace the picnic tables and benches at the Newstead Lions Park, but for 15,000, but they're looking at all of that coming from their fundraising reserves. Otherwise, it's pretty much status quo based on the same programs that we've had for summer gardens and grass cutting and flower beds.
Okay. Questions, Doug, Councillor Hutchison.
Yeah, being that last year, Scott and I have been fairly involved with the Parks Committee and flower beds and whatnot around West Gray, and I'm just curious, there doesn't seem to be any costing or any allowance for supplies. It's got Durham Park, under Durham particular, Durham Park material supplies, but there's no budget line. So like, I know we have people that are working on flower beds, want to continue to work on flower beds. So shouldn't we have a line in there for mulch, soil, that type of thing? Like, I don't see anything in there for that.
A lot of we tried to sort of combine a lot of that maintenance with our main parks budget. Some of the specific structures, gazebos, those types of things are in there. But the committees do not spend these dollars. It is staff, whether it's a summer student or a recreation staff or a public works staff. So this, when they need mulch, we purchase it, not the volunteer. If we organize a volunteer work bee, that's one thing, but they're not authorized to purchase supplies. They do not have a budget that a volunteer committee would use to spend on our parks. Staff can control the expenditures that way and plan for them. There's timings of when different items need to go in and out that we've got scheduled and planned, and we've purchased from various suppliers, greenhouses, and that type of thing. So it's a program like any other, really, to maintain the various parks that are within our boundaries that we use.
Yeah, I get that, but I don't see any dollars for mulch, soil, flowers, etc.
Yeah, so in materials and supplies, in the top part, we're spending $10,800. So that encompasses all areas, not just Durham and Newstead, but everywhere. That's included in that 10,800.
Okay, so it's not broken down by.
No.
So, okay. Yeah, that's fine. Fine. So like, because we do have, or have in the past, and I don't know what's going to look this year, but we do have people that work on that. So that's fine as long as there's something allotted there. I was looking down on individual budget lines, and like under Durham, there's nothing there on the material supplies, but it's all up above. That's fine. My other question has to do with Parks Newstead. You said about them wanting to do something. It says there's 15,000 in the budget, but you said it was coming from reserves.
Yeah. The Newstead fundraising on the capital side, they're wanting to buy $15,000 worth of picnic tables and benches for the, so I guess sort of the pavilion kind of down in the Newstead Lions Park.
It shouldn't, so that shouldn't be in the, it should show somewhere that it's coming out of reserve, should it not, rather than out of the budget?
Page 2 of the budget there shows the 15,000 from reserves. And then at the bottom, the expenditure of 15,000.
Sheet then, or maybe on the
Yeah,
capital one?
it'll be, yeah, either one, but there is a second page to the parks budget.
Okay, yeah, it's on this one.
Yeah.
I'm looking on this one, I guess. So, okay. Okay, thank you. We're on this.
Just go ahead, Jeffrey.
So
Councillor
Carrie,
Shea.
since we're getting down into the weeds here, so this is a recommendation of the Newstead Recreation Committee to do these benches and tables, but it'll be staff that actually does the purchasing.
Yes, correct. Oh, sorry. Tom, the recreation manager for the Newstead facilities, will look after the purchase of it, but it is coming from the fundraising. They have supported that project that they move forward. Yeah.
One of the interesting ones, if I could move forward, Parks and Recreation Insurance. That's what's allotted to our parks, $12,000 annually to a very passive.
Yeah, a lot of structures. We do have, pavilions, the pavilion in the Lions Park, those sort of benign structures, the gazebos. Yeah, a lot of that is in there. General liability.
Just the point, I guess, where I was going with that was that, yeah, a number of our organizations out there, very good for them, have graciously donated some bricks, mortar, lumber, however you want to describe it. But once the municipality takes it over, just one of the points there. We've got to insure it. And maybe that's one of the smaller costs that ends up being on the municipal portion of it, but what it is to create the business and create Westgrave being a place to be, a place you want to be. Okay. All right. Anything else on parks? No? Okay. That's it for that one, Carrie. Where do you want to go next? Oh, the next one down.
If we keep going down, we do have the building budget there. Our Director of Development is not here today, but it is pretty much a status quo budget. The what do we have in for the transfer to reserve, transfer from reserve. Don't think there was anything out of the norm. It does fund 100% from building revenues. So any changes, should you want to make to the budget here, does not impact your tax levy. Any surpluses go into a reserve for the building department for future use there as well. So they need to be self-funding. But I can try to answer any questions if there is any, but it is basically a status quo kind of budget.
Anyone? I'll start it. Just one interesting little thing is Green Shields Insurance benefits. Certainly, is it because there's staff that qualify or staff that entered into that it's $6,000 more?
We had last year another building inspector. Yes, last year, 2022. Or 22? Go ahead. Second, go ahead. So we have, that's your group health benefits. So we had another inspector brought on in the 2022 budget, partway through the year.
So I guess I'm just trying to figure out the building wages only go up 10,000, but the benefits go up 6,000.
Part of
so there was nothing come on last year in 22 and it's in 23.
So as your director of development and planning and building CBO, part of his wages are allocated across other departments that are not solely building. If he's supervising public works, planning, bylaw, K9. So the director's wages are spread out and now is part of public works as well. So there's a bit of a shift in where his wages are allocated. So the wages don't show to be increasing as much there, but they're sprinkled in several other departments.
Okay, very good. Yep. All right. Anything else? Building. Is that the correct place for the revenue line in building? Under Chatsworth, I believe it is. It's a service that it's our building department that does it, but it's the municipality of Westgrave that's supplying that service. Is there not some administration or something from our perspective that is a revenue back towards us, back towards the municipality as a whole instead of, is that the full part that's going in from Chatsworth into Westgrave?
Yeah. Short answer, yes. Indirect costs, we allocate $10,000 of administrative expenses, if you will, towards the department. You'll see that lower down in the expenses, building indirect costs. So that's where that expense comes in, but 100% of the revenue from the other municipality goes into the building department. As opposed to allocating, not allocating the expense and putting the revenue in my administration budget. It accomplishes the same thing, but shows the indirect cost of.
That $10,000 of expense is part of it is are in our own doing administrative
Mhm.
payroll and for the
Yeah.
whole building department as
Yes.
itself, not for the contract that we have for Chatsworth that we as a corporation, West Grade, has for Chatsworth.
So
Correct.
we don't have any administrative costs. They tell us how much their building revenues are and we get a percentage of those building revenues.
Exactly. But it is a contract from West Grade
Mhm.
with Chatsworth.
Yeah. So all those expenses are in here for all of the building inspectors, the chief building official, a portion of the administration for us to administer our building department, and then the revenue gets put into the building department.
And per se, there should be $20,000 for us issuing that contract for Chatsworth should come into general administration. Because it probably cost us $10,000 to do general administration, whether we were doing that contract with Chatsworth or not, from payroll and everything else.
My expenses wouldn't change if we stopped Chatsworth.
Correct. Is there a way of some of that revenue showing out of the building department towards, looking at Madam CEO, towards the overall administration? It's a contract between West Grade and Chatsworth. I don't see it as a contract between our building department and Chatsworth's building department.
You could put additional expense if you want, rather than trying to move the revenue, would be my preferred approach. No, we do not charge the library or police for administration. Oh, no, we do give the library $5,000.
I think
They're indirect costs similar to this.
yeah. But those are internal. This is an external body. I guess I'm looking at that the revenue is coming from. We're supplying some of that. How much of a surplus is the building department running at the present moment? Or to put it another way, how much surplus from the building department goes into reserve? Because we won't see a surplus on the building department, as we never do, because anything that they have surplus goes into their reserve. So on a transfer reserve over the past couple of years, what's been transferred to reserve as a surplus in the yearly operating?
So we currently have $411,000 at the end of 2021. I haven't finished 2022. That's what their balance was in their reserve. The expense for the indirect expense, if it helps visually, I pull those expenses from my administration budget. So I have lowered my administration budget for various line items for this building and some staff processing of accounts payable and payroll. Our administration budget is lowered because I've allocated $10,000 towards this budget.
You probably, in recognizing some of that contract from Chatsworth, you could probably lower it by another 20,000. If we took 20,000 out of that quite frankly, saying 20 out of that 80 would come to recognize our administration. Would that be a $20,000 increase?
Should you wish me to put that in your budget, I can put that in your budget. This is your budget. We shall put it in how you would like.
I've thrown something out there for us to think about. Some more thought process needed. Jeffrey.
I'm not entirely following. I might need a little explanation, but my understanding is that we generate something like $420,000 in building permits. We administer Chatsworth's service. They generate, or we together with them generate a certain amount of building permits in their municipality, up for which we get a percentage. That percentage is
75 or 80?
we get 80%.
I think 80, but I think it's 75% of their building revenues. So if they don't have a lot of building revenues, it's very small.
And the reason we don't get 100% is because
They have an office, they have a staff, administrative staff person there that supports our building department when they're on site. They have a vehicle that they supply while they're on site there. So they have some administrative costs that the other, and I could be wrong with the 75-25, but if the other 25% of their revenues help offset the physical expenses for having the building department in their building 2 days a week.
so they contribute to the expenses at about 25%. And the $10,000 that you're talking about, the indirect costs, I don't understand where that number comes in.
So I take 5% of the costs for this building, utilities, phone, hydro, photocopying. I take a percentage of the payroll processing, a percentage of accounts payable, and allocate that towards the building department.
So that the building department takes up $10,000 out of your time, the facility costs, the photocopying, everything.
That's what we've got estimated,
And
yeah.
do I understand that the mayor is suggesting that that number should be higher? Is that the? point
I would
that we're
believe
discussing
so,
now?
yes, which we can certainly do if that's your wishes.
And that's kind of like just us moving things around. Nobody would have any objection. Chat wouldn't affect Chatsworth's world. It wouldn't affect this department being self-funding. This department has quite a large and growing reserve. So it's not like would be costing this department anything.
As long as we're comfortable that these are costs that we can allocate, we're not supposed to make money off it.
Right. And
So
when
it's
you
as long
allocate-
as we're comfortable that we're allocating true costs, that I think is the issue.
And when you allocate for the library, they don't use this building, they don't use our photocopying, they use your service. But
Yeah, we just allocate, and that's been an amount that was from before amalgamation.
and that was $5,000.
I think it's 5,000.
So we're obviously giving way more services to the building department than we are to the library. So that seems like a justifiable increase. And we don't do this for police.
No.
Because we're giving them even more services because they have
For nothing.
offices, and stuff there, right? Yeah. Yeah, I would totally support increasing that $10,000 to a more reasonable figure, like 30,000. If that's where you were going, Kevin. Sorry for taking a long way to get there.
No, it is a little complicated, I will say that. Not something that's you see regularly in the budget, but having a contract out like this is not something that is regular either. It's not a cost sharing, it's a contract that we have with Chatsworth. So direction for that, Carrie, is, moving 20,000 to admin. from building. Okay. Don't think we need a motion on that. That's just a movement. All right, Doug.
A question, why does the building department need a reserve? What do they do with the reserve?
So the province dictates that they must be self-funded. If in lean years, if your building department is not at your building number of building permits, your building revenues go down, you still need the same costs. So you might have to pull from those reserves. As this one shows, he's pulling $20,000, $19,000 from the reserve to balance the department. So it just depends on, we had, and they need to look at it every, I don't know if it's annually or every so many years to make sure that they're, and readjust their fees. If they're need to, we had wind turbines, when those came in, those were big revenues at the time. The annual transfer to reserve isn't that high. Their reserve has been at 400,000 for quite a while. But
And if they're building, if the building permits drop way off, then they could actually get rid of staff.
you have to deal with,
Yeah.
you have to deal with layoffs and the costs associated with that type of thing. The other thing would be if you got into legal, those, if should someone hypothetically bring a lawsuit against you, those can be large expenses as well.
Yeah. One other thing, when you mentioned about windmills, and I think this is a topic for another discussion, but I do think that we should be recouping some money from solar panels. We have a lot of solar panels in our municipality, and we're going to get more. So I think there's opportunity to come up with some kind of revenue generating idea there, because like we have like basically solar farms almost now. Yeah.
As far as building permit revenue, I don't know, unless the base has to be permitted. I don't know if there's anything under the building code. Carl would have a better idea of that as far as would a ground mount solar panel require a building permit? Is it just like the square footage of the base, or I don't know how those get? Any idea?
In the current building code, that would be a subjective decision based on the CBO and the municipality. In my previous IPS, I did issue building permits for the foundation structural component of it and let ESA worry about the electrical component.
Okay. Anything else? There's nothing else on the building. Further, go ahead, Jeff.
So that increase of $20,000 in indirect costs won't show up, or might show up on this page, but this page will still show up as revenue neutral, and then it'll show up somewhere else under administration.
Right.
Okay.
Standards. Again, a portion of the director's wages are allocated there. There's some contract labor for property standards. It's kind of a small budget item, a little bit in there for legal, but there's not just kind of a status quo. We have contract by law enforcement officers, if you're wondering what the contract labor in there. That is an outside organization that we use to for that. So that's where that comes in.
Sorry, anything further on that, Councillor Noon? Joyce?
Well, thank you. Under the trailer permit fees, then we have, like, if people want to leave up structural trailers on their property, during the annual year. Wasn't there $1,000 permit fee for that? Is there nothing in West Gray to generate that revenue?
We haven't had any applications. I think the bylaw is still in place. I would have to check with the director on that one. I think it's still there, but we haven't had any applications at this point. If there was something in the bylaw, like if you moved it, stored it at your home, then move during the summer, you wouldn't need a permit for that kind of thing. So it was trying to get at ones that had vacant lots and were leaving the trailer there all year round. That so we haven't had any of those applications that I'm aware of.
So there's been some withdrawn because at one point in time there was about 4. Right. But there's been no follow-up with that, and they've been, obviously the trailers have moved and those individuals have gone. Joyce.
Thank you. Just for some clarification, property standards, is it under like the GL, like the levy, or is it under building? Oh,
No, it is under the tax. Yep.
thank you.
Only building proper, the costs associated with issuing and enforcing building permits, not property standards or K9 or any of the other things that we have the department or the director do, but only building proper.
Just to comment on that, the property standards has been one that's a bit of a stickler over the years. So someday, if we ever decide to pursue doing more with it, then probably staff would come in there. There'd be a staff line because we'd have to have staff to enforce our property standards. And again, that's a topic for discussion another day. But as far as the trailers go, I do believe there's some trailers out there that are sort of like permanent structures on lots. But we've had that discussion. I don't know where we ended up on that last term, whether we ever did resolve the discussion about whether we should be pursuing that permit. Again, that would be a property standards thing, and then it becomes how much time do you spend on it? But I'm pretty sure there's quite a few of them out there, and that's something that we have to resolve somewhere down the line, I guess.
Deputy Mayor Tom, go ahead.
Thank you. Just to follow up with Councillor Hutchinson, again, that goes back to that form generated interest to that topic, if you will. That's what that's all about. But yes, there is a pile out there and nothing's done about it because that's not the way that our bylaw acts. So it takes a citizen to complete that form, again, to generate the interest in that. So thank you.
Just as a overall question on that, Carrie, a weekend resident is the example, somebody from a couple of hours away, and we have a number of those cottages, Four Season Cottage that is in West Gray, basically lived on the weekend. Are paying full residential tax on that, whether it be 5 acres or whether it be 50 acres that it's on. Approximately on that residential would be $2,500 property tax, give or take what the assessment is on average assessment would be $2,500. There's access to an ambulance whenever they need it, fire, police, roads, bridges, all our infrastructure, access to our summer recreational programs. If they were here furthermore in the summer. A vacant lot would generate, vacant being that there's nobody living there, would generate about $300, $400 in tax. Yeah, depending on the assessment and what it is, but on average. Yet a trailer that some of the trailers out there would probably be a 4-season, definitely 3 seasons that the individual could weekend in. And on a vacant lot would pay $200 to $300. Yet the individual is the same as the individual that is as a cottage or anything here that's only spending the weekends on it. Somebody in the trailer is only spending the weekends on it, using the same infrastructure, facilities and whatnot, and paying $300 tax. I mean, that's where it originally came from. I guess you got to look at the fair, I've always looked at it as being the fairness of it and how MPAC says that they won't because the trailer is a movable structure. So they won't assess it, even if it sits there 365 days of the year. It's got a deck built around it and flower beds and a little garden shed out beside it. Yeah, it's just one of those inequities. It's difficult. I agree with you, Doug. I don't believe that we have the ability today to get at that. But I'll say in a prior life, sitting in this chair, but the chair was over there at that point in time, was adamant about that. And we haven't been very successful at getting there in West Grey to that. And that, I mean, just for history, and I'm going on a rant here, we had one of those types of trailers that sat on a property for quite a while. On a Saturday night, it ended up catching on fire. We phoned the fire department, and basically it was, well, that's a vacant piece of property. What, and there was a great concern. The fire department did get to it. By the time they got there, of course, the trailer, they were able to save the frame. But that's where my point is coming on these trailers that are out there and being used 3 seasons. A lot of them are being used as a 4-seasonal recreational residence, and want to continue to just pay and have us supply all the services. Carrie wants to know, Carrie.
Just to give a bit more information, there is a couple people that apply every year, and a trailer permit requires a civic and an entrance. Civic number and an entrance, part of the requirements, but there's a couple that do apply every year. 2,000 in there, yeah.
So I mean, we can put 2,000 in there. So,
But to be fair, why should those 2 people pay when there's probably 20 or 50 more out there that aren't paying? And that would brings my question was, so a vacant lot doesn't have a civic address, right? So you put a trailer in there and there's
no,
it does have no, but right now, if you don't apply for it, if it's a vacant lot, it doesn't necessarily have a civic address.
most do.
Most do.
That anytime the planning department, anything that's been done in the last 20 years, absolutely will have, you'll have to have that being registered as a lot. If it's severed off, you'll have to have an entrance permit and a civic number.
Right, okay.
To qualify for that. So yes, they will have a civic number,
Yeah.
whether it's vacant or not.
Okay, I'm just saying a safety reason, if you had a trailer and it didn't have an address, then it'd be a little hard to find.
And if it's way down on an unopened road allowance, might even be harder to get a, we don't want to put fire trucks down on open road allowances. Sometimes even open road allowances, they don't come back in very good shape. Tom, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. So at the end of the day, the question is, how do we capture this lost revenue? I think, you're talking 40 or 50. That's a 0.5% on what we're discussing here. And we're looking to do, drastic cuts and do everything that's right. And I agree. I know there's several around myself, but How do we capture it? How do we get there? Because that seems to be the ongoing issue that we consistently have. Without that letter or somebody putting that letter in, there's nothing that generates that interest in investigating that actual property, if you will. So how do we get there?
Councillor Noon, please, Joyce.
Thank you. I don't know if I'm in line with this, but it's like anything else. If they're a property owner and they become fraudulent in paying their bills, it's added to their taxes. Is there any way we could recoup any evidence of trailers on properties and they won't pay the fee if we couldn't incorporate it into their taxes, done by resolution and by bylaw? I know Carl captioned on the fact that you set a precedence if you do it for one and you're not doing it for all. So whether we have a property a person assigned to go out into West Gray and find those areas of need and move forward with it so that we can show a precedence that we're just not going to let these people get away with it. Thank you.
That's a thought, certainly. Under the Taxation Act or law, property taxation, I think we'll have to do some investigation on that. But to that point, do we need to hire somebody, or should we have another authority that looks at an awful lot of properties, whether buildings and structures are in the right place and not in the natural heritage or hazard areas? And for the money that the 200 or 300,000 that goes to Formosa every year, maybe we could ask them if that would be part of their duties. You'd like to do that on Thursday, Commissioner Hutchison?
I'll think about it, sir.
Yeah, it is. How do we, I think, but your point, I don't know who said it here just a second ago, was, how do we capture everybody? Using an old police statement, as the individual's pulled over and everybody's speeding on by and the individual says to the officer, well, what about that car? What about that car? The officer goes, it's just like fishing, one at a time. Just catch one at a time. Yeah. Going forward with it. I think we've got some, it's a point, be able to put it into play. I would caution us against putting any revenue generation from this portion into the budget at this point in time, but something certainly to look forward to is, again, as the deputy mayor, of the revenue loss that we're having, how do we pick that up? And I don't think that anybody here is saying we're picking on anybody, but having individuals fairly play the game here as they're living in West Gray. Okay. All right. Question, Jeffrey.
I know we're getting into sort of philosophical territory here, and I think that part of the problem is the property tax is perhaps not the best tax that we'd like to be using for revenue generation, but it's all that we've got. And I did hear, and I think it might have been Carl, say that the problem with our bylaws, like the trailer bylaws, is that they don't have teeth. And that I took from that it is possible to craft, and I'm looking to the clerk here, that is it possible to craft bylaws that do have teeth? So that would say you are supposed to apply for a trailer permit if you, under these conditions. If you don't, you will be fined $50 a month until you do, and that will be applied to your tax, your property tax, if you blah, blah, blah. Is it possible for us to craft bylaws with teeth, or we're just not in the right business?
Through Mayor to Councillor Shea, the long and short answer is it depends. It depends. Beyond that, it's hard to say. Certain pieces of legislation require applications for set fines, not to say that those would be granted. So it varies and it's very tough to say.
But I think further from this conversation, I'm looking towards the CEO, and this may be, something off the side of her desk or other directors and managers, and trying to grasp into that. There may even be another one come up here shortly along on the same type of lines of revenue capture that we need to look at. But I think, something going forward, and maybe we can have it in place for 2024 budget when that 4% increase, 5% increase is going to come for a police station. Need a few offsets. Okay, property standards, fine with the way it is at the present moment. It's on complaint driven and contract basis. Okay. Planning, that's the one. Planning.
Not too much here. Small increase in legal fees, but otherwise kind of a status quo budget at this point.
There's nothing on a budget wise that planning is to be like the building department, being revenue neutral and fully funding. Anything in there? Other than the increase of $10,000 on legal fees. Is that an assumption, or do we feel that there's obviously evidence that it's coming up? Too many gravel pit applications? No. One or the other?
We do have an OPA appeal, OPA. Yeah, at the county level, so we will have some legal fees.
$10,000 that we had in there last year is not going to cut it, you're saying? Yes, that's the retainer when we get into this type of stuff. Correct. That's probably the biggest increase. But let's move forward. Anything else? Sorry, Joyce, Councillor Nick.
Well, thank you. I noticed the wages, they're kind of like status quo. Are you not allowing anything for cost of living for that? I noticed you show increments 24, 25, and 26, but nothing for this year. Thank you.
When looking at the budget to actual, it was felt there was sufficient room in there to incorporate that this year.
Questions,
Maybe
Councillor
jumping
Hutchison.
forward a little bit here, but I'm just sort of curious. The 2024 budget is the revenue's gone down a lot. There's any reason why, like 30,000 in 2024 from this 2023 budget. I guess we'll get that discussion on next budget, but it seems quite a drop for some reason.
Yeah, and it could just be if we anticipate development to sort of plateau, maybe less severances, less subdivision, might be less planning required. We don't really know until applications are submitted, but yeah, it's not to say that when we look at next year, we'll evaluate where our applications are at. They'll have maybe had discussions with various development individuals that they might have an idea, but
Interesting.
Minor variance, did you say? 15,000 in 2023? Yeah. 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 Again, mostly a status quo program, continuing with the CIP. We still continue with the county supporting the program to the tune of $20,000. So that's in there. We're showing to pull from reserve again for 2023. I'm not sure if it's all allocated if from 2022 or not. The first couple of years, it was a strong uptake. It has the commercial beautification program in there, some partnership initiatives, but for the most part, it's a status quo budget presentation.
Just to clarify for me, Cody, the commercial beautification pretty much our flower program and banner program?
That's correct. It covers off the balance of the flower program within all the downtown cores, as well as the banner program. However, there are a couple budget request forms that council has seen in supplement to those programs.
We do have 25 in there for already on the beautification. And how far does that extend? Newstead, Ayton, Durham, Crawford, Wellback, Elmwood. The three themselves? Sorry, and Elmwood.
The four, so Durham, Ayton, Newstead, Elmwood.
Right. I was going to say the three and then the partnership with Brockton on Elmwood. Although they don't contribute much to our side of the road. I'll remind the mayor of Brockton of that someday. Probably on Friday when I have wings with it.
With regards to the partnership in Elmwood, Brockton over the last few years has put some increased budgetary items in their commercial beautification. So they assist with planters in Elmwood. We do the hanging baskets, and then we look after the balance of the water.
Yeah. No, I was being facetious. Pretty good partnership that we have with them over there. Okay. Anything else? Questions, Jeffrey?
Thank you. For some reason, I'm having a little trouble reading this format than other ones. I note at the top that the year is 2022, which should be 2023, but I figured that one out because I know it's the gray column is the one that counts. And I see that we're doing a transfer from reserve that's towards the CIP. And then we're putting in tax levy to the CIP as well. I don't see that.
So the CIP program is $120,000 and we have 110 that's going towards it. So we have a net of $10,000 that would be, it becomes part of that total $171,000 line item. The 110 in revenues are basically allocated towards the CIP program. So we've got $10,000 that we're short that we're using tax levy dollars.
So 20,000 is coming from the county?
20,000, yeah.
90,000 is coming from reserve?
Yeah.
And 10,000 from the tax levy?
Yeah.
Okay, great. And then this is a breakdown of all the different parts of the CIP program that we're planning to spend on.
No, the CIP program gets paid out to individuals that are going to do We've had a lot of facade improvements,
Okay.
some accessibility improvements. The other items are what we're spending money on. If there's an economic development conference that staff goes to, advertising and promotional brochures, various partnerships that might be in there, the commercial beautification. So that's the other. So the total economic development budget is $171,000.
Okay.
We're reducing that by 110 towards the CIP program, that one line item.
Okay, and so in the CIP program, I thought I heard at some different conferences recently, some presentations, and people were talking about doing sorts of initiatives that they said were going to come out of their CIP program around things like affordable housing. And I thought, oh, that's something you can do in a CIP program. I didn't really understand that. I know we were talking about facade improvement, removing barriers and things like that. But are there aspects of the CIP program that we could be involved in that we're not? Are we like doing CIP light, or are we fully engaged in the full potential of what a CIP program could be?
Yeah, I'd have to check our CIP program bylaw. I know there was a lot of different categories. I think housing was one of them. Where our uptake has just coincidentally been in a lot of downtown commercial businesses doing facade improvements, some accessibility improvements, and that type of thing. That's just been where the uptake is. It's a partnership with a private individual business, but I just don't think we've had any uptake in the housing end of it. But I'm just not, I can't think of how much of that component is in our program, but there was a bunch of different categories. I thought we had tried to max out on all the different options when we had developed it, but we can certainly review that.
And if I might, Mr. Mayor, part of the CIP grant from the county is to have an accessibility or affordable, attainable housing component. So that's how that $20,000 is coming to us. Just last Friday, staff attended a housing forum at the county, and they're looking at ways of reviving that component of everybody's CIP. So more to come on that, but we do have that category in our plan.
Great, because I do try to promote the CIP to people that I meet, and I have gotten some CIP funding for people or helped them get it. But I don't feel qualified to talk about that aspect. So if there's any way that I could get educated on that aspect of the program, I would really appreciate that. And my other question is, are we not talking about entering into an economic development partnership with a couple of neighbors? And wouldn't that be in this part of the budget?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the newest economic development partnership opportunities with the South Grey Chamber of Commerce, and there's a budget request form. We do not have sufficient funds in our partnership line in this budget, so it would be a $10,000 addition if council is interested in joining that group.
All right, Deputy Mayor Tom.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Eccles. So I guess if I may, through you to Director Mighton, the EDAC reserves was pretty healthy. Can I have that, or may we have that number? Please, not me directly. And then I'll make my comment.
So we were at 344,000. We were budgeting 90,000 to be used for 2022. And then we've got 90,000 more being used in this 2023 budget.
Okay, thank you. So I guess what I was looking at is we do 100,000 out of reserves here, and then that 10,000 ask from which is going to come up from the chamber for that portion. Maybe that's where that 10,000 should be used when we get to that topic. And in all likelihood, I will be declaring conflict for that topic, but I'm just saying, use 100% or 100 from here from reserves from the EDAC and leave that 10 from that other topic. Thank you.
So that would be a motion to reduce the withdrawal from the reserve fund. Instead of being 90,000, it would be 80,000 from the Economic Development Reserve.
Unless you're reducing your CIP program to 100.
Well, it's 20,000 from the CIP program from the county and 90,000 out of our reserve for 110. We can't reduce the 20,000 from the county because they certainly don't want to. The 90,000 would be reduced to 80, which would bring that down to 100,000. Is that what you were looking at, Tom?
No, through you, Mayor, I was looking to go the other way. So we're gonna go north, so we're gonna
Do 100,000 from the Economic
the
Development
90
Reserve.
reserves convert, it is actually now 100. And then the county top up to still 120 in the CIP program.
So I have the levy reduction of $10,000. And then I think Deputy Mayor, if this one passes, he's got an idea where that 10,000 could be put. Okay, so do I have, that's the motion moved by the Deputy Mayor. Seconder? Councillor Shea? Thank you, Jeff. Any further questions or comments on that? Call the question. All those in favor? That's carried. Then there was a comment to be made towards using $10,000 towards the Chamber of Commerce partnership, which is in as a request. I'm not just sure how to word that. I'm going to look towards Jamie. That's what I've heard needs to be out there, so we'll get a motion and see if somebody can move and second it. And Jamie's looking towards Carrie. And Tom, Deputy Mayor.
I just wanted to let you know I am completing the sheet. I am going to declare a conflict of interest on this particular matter because of my position with the Chamber of Commerce. Thank you.
Correct. All right, noted. That the Deputy Mayor is declaring a conflict on this one. That'll be noted. Looking at Jamie to draft up the motion.
Through Mayor, just give me one moment to craft this.
Okay, I'm seeing how good you are. I'm pulling up my stopwatch. Okay,
So through mayor to members of council, I have that in consideration of the 2023 draft budget, council directs staff to allocate $10,000 to the South Grade Chamber of Commerce partnership from the tax levy.
okay. Mover, Jeffrey?
I'll so move.
Okay,
But I'll have a comment after.
yep. Seconder? Councillor Hutchison, Doug? Comments? Jeff?
So I'm looking at budget request form CAO 0123, which talks about this investment. And it talks about it in the context of also having a realignment of an existing position. Could staff explain what that realignment of the existing position means, and are we sufficiently supporting that?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So thank you, Councillor Shea. This budget request form is dealing with two different topics in one handy form. So the $10,000 to the South Grade Chamber is what we're looking at right now. The realignment of a staff vacancy would be to create an economic development position, but that would need a top-up funding of about $15,000. So it's two separate conversations. So I'm fine if we just deal with this one on its own for now.
That's fine. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anything further on this motion? Call the question. All those in favor? That is carried. Okay. Yeah. Okay. We can get a few things cleared up. Deputy Mayor's jumped the gun on me again. I'm going to say we take a looks like it'd be a 7-minute break. We can come back at 3 o'clock. Good? Thank you.
Oh, yeah. That's what we did. So we did dollars in money.
Yeah. Not in front of it. Okay. Yep, no, sun's still shining out there. Yep, Jamie, it's not that late yet. A lot of good time to make a lot of more good decisions. Call the meeting back to order. Give us light, Sheila. Oh, we've timed out. We're not going to come on. There we are back. Okay, thank you. Thanks, Sheila. Okay, further questions? Is that, just before I get to you, Tom, we're good with economic development, or is there anything else? Didn't think we were. I thought we finished up. Deputy Mayor, Tom, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Echols, and through you to Director Mighton. I just wondered if we could have an update on where we're starting, because it's been a little
where we've got to.
Thank you.
So we started at 14.4% or just over 1.7 million. We're down to 1.57 million or 13.2%. We've adjusted the council conference bylaw. We've reallocated a portion of the Durham Marina Reserve to the electrical panel, some additional arena ice revenues for both Durham and Newstead. We have the Normanby Tennis Court resurfacing, removing that, reducing the transfer to the Normanby Arena Zamboni to $20,000, eliminating the Normanby Hall Arena Hall renovation transfer to reserve, remove the Normanby Centennial Hall kitchen renovation levy component of $22,500, transfer from the Normanby fundraising reserve for ball diamond bleachers of $10,000, reallocated building expenses towards contract building fees of $20,000, increase the CIP transfer from reserve to a total of $100,000. So that was a $10,000 difference. Offset that with an increase to contributions to the South Gray Chamber of Commerce Partnership. And that's where we are so far.
Thank you, Carrie. Councillor Hutchison, Doug.
I just wanted to question that 10,000 that we set aside for the Chamber of Commerce. I thought it was coming out of reserve, but I think a motion said it came out of on the levy. Is it on the levy?
Correct.
Okay, because I was thinking we were taking out of reserves, but
so just my understanding, explanation was there was going to be 10,000 from levy go into the CIP program. So we eliminated that from the CIP program and basically put it towards the over here.
Okay.
Yeah. No, just an explanation. Okay. Any other great things, Carrie, that you might be able to just give us? Okay. And a suggestion, I'm going to make a suggestion here. Director Aiken is with us, manager. Sorry on the titles. I've been sitting beside this guy for a long time. I haven't got his title, and you've only been here a short time, so don't expect me to know your whole title there, Jeff. Yeah, at this time, there was a conversation back a couple of weeks ago when we were talking about a couple of the roads projects. And I'm going to throw something out here that a thought, and it did come up about the Durham Road East project, where we're on kind of the budgeted number and how we could do that. I think there's about 1.2 or 1.3 million levy dollars that's in that project, Carrie. And my suggestion would be to take 800,000 from our capital reserve, split it up over 2 years. That would give enough for the project to be completed this year. And then it will handcuff us slightly for the next 2 years of paying that back to get that. But by 2026, that's already built in, and that's a built-in number for going forward on our infrastructure deficit. It will connect there to be able to make that going forward and being used in a number of other projects, but it wouldn't be available until 2026. That would leave somewhere around 500,000 of levy dollars in that Durham Road East project, give or take, Carrie.
You're forgetting that we also had to add to that Durham Road East project.
I was hoping that you had forgotten that we were adding to that. No, I didn't forget that.
We have about 1.7 million on the tax levy, for that project, I should say, in total. So if you wanted to pull, you said 8?
Well, that would, and split it over 2 years, that gives us 400,000 a year to pay back.
To pay back.
Was my thought.
We're using 200,000 of development charges. We would pull 650 from gas tax money. That's an additional 400,000 realigned to Durham Road East. And that would get it down to $75,000 from the tax levy towards the 1.75 million, using 800,000. We were at 540. I think, is that where we started? Let me just pull up my old sheet. First. So yeah, we're right now, we have 540,000 that we were using from the tax levy towards the Durham Road East, some other projects in there. There was a total of $730,000 towards roads. Durham Road, Minto Town Line, Victoria, and pre-engineering for South and Rock Street. So that gave us a total of $730,000 of tax levy support. That was when we thought it was about 990,000. So we're actually about 1.7. So we had to add more to the project.
Was 800,000 the right number to be able to maintain enough tax levy dollars in there on an ongoing basis? Because certainly if we reduce too much of the tax levy to try and get us where we are, we're just complicating things for next year and the year after. So a 600,000 a better number?
So I think if we do
a more comfortable number for you, Carrie.
Yeah. Yes, if you did 600,000 from reserve, again, using gas tax, our annual amount is 400,000. So moving some of that in there. That would get $275,000 from the tax levy for this specific project. But the total contribution from roads would be at 465 as opposed to 730.
So by doing that, it's the 300,000, it's not 400,000 payback next year. And that reduction, it's almost a little over 3%.
Yeah.
It is a thought to get us closer to where our target level was, but not cut us back. With that reduction, Carrie,
11%,
get us to 11%.
leaving, yeah, that
Blended.
basically net 265 tax levy reduction towards the road program gets us to 11%.
And a blended rate on that would get us down to about 8.5.
Maybe.
But that's still going in the right direction. Don't give me that. Yeah. That's in the right direction. Yeah. Jeffrey.
Carrie, I'm having
Councillor
trouble following you saying the numbers out loud. Is it possible to put something on the screen, or could you say them again but slower and I'll write them down this time? Because I'm still looking at a sheet that says 990,000.
Yeah. And we had revised.
Sorry.
At the last meeting, we did have some revised engineering numbers, which brought the tax levy portion. There's also some sewer amounts that were close to what our budget was, but our road portion was not there. Instead of 990,000, we probably need 1.725 for the tax levy supported portion of the project. So if we funded that, we were going to pull 200,000 from the development charges. That was the shift from Jackson Street last time. And we had realigned another $50,000 of gas tax. I think it was sidewalks that we eliminated last time and reallocated that towards the project. So we were at 250. So if we take, and I don't know if we've mentioned the North Line Bridge, because I don't have enough gas tax if I don't mention the North Line Bridge. That project, if we do pre-engineering and tendering, but the actual construction would be in 2024. We take 400,000 from that original gas tax funded project, reallocate 400,000, which happens to be about what we get annually from the program. So that will be replenished in 2024 to go back into the North Line Bridge. So then that puts our total gas tax grant utilization for Durham Road at 650, 200,000 from development charges. And then the suggestion is we use 600,000, borrow 600,000 from our general capital reserve. That leaves 275,000 from the tax levy. When we look at the other components of the roads capital program, we're also doing the Norman B. Minto Town Line project. There's 70,000 from the tax levy for that. We are doing Victoria Street in Ayton. There's $90,000 from the tax levy for that. And then we have $30,000 in pre-engineering work for South and Rock Street. And that is associated with prepping for the Rockwood Terrace project. So that would put our total tax levy support for the roads program, the capital program, at $465,000. to do 2.268 million in total for that, for the roads program. So that we were asking when we started today, 730. So that gets us down to 465. We were in 2022 for the roads portion of the capital program from the tax levy at 130. So that does at least increase your tax levy support, which was possibly underfunded in 2022. We utilized some other reserve and carryover reserves from projects that weren't finished last year in 2022.
Clear as wash gravel now?
I know. I can probably stick it up if we want.
Deputy Mayor. No, here, I gotta show. Gary wants to stay on the line.
Oh, that's good, because I was gonna go through you, Mayor Eccles, to the director. Yeah, so. Okay, so I captured all those figures, but just wondering, the payback over the 2 years, I think is what the Mayor Eccles was suggesting. What, 3 years?
At 300,000 for the next 2 years would pay back into the reserve.
Okay, so I guess that's what I'm looking at, because again, I'm gonna go back to the opening of the meeting. We had discussed the future police build, station build, service center. So I know we're talking around 4. I just want to know what 2023 or 24, 24, 25, and 26, if it's a 3-year, what that number is each year to go back, please.
On the roads program, sorry?
On the mayor's proposal of moving some things around, like.
So then that would put, right now you have $465,000 of tax levy for the roads program. 300,000 of that would go into reserve. You'd have $165,000 for expenses, if you will. I believe this is the, and then that would be the same then, unless you increase your taxes for the road program. Then you'd have that for 2 years, for 24 and 25. So you do, I don't know, like Victoria Street in 8. We also have other grant money, like we currently have a OSEF. Victoria Street in 8 is $150,000. We're using 90,000 tax levy and the balance from OSEF funding. Highland Estates, we've got $280,000 expense all coming from OSEF funding. So there is other sources, but your tax levy support for 2 years would be 300,000 into reserve, 165 towards supplementing the other grants.
Okay, very quick follow-up. Okay, that's all I was trying to do is identify our commitment for 24, 25, well and beyond, but call that 2 year. So, because we already know, again, talking about the police, what 4%. So if this represents 2, we know January 1st, 2024, we are looking at a 6% before we to talk about anything else, is what I'm trying to, I guess, a quick summary. So I have that in my mind of what we're doing.
Yeah,
Thank you.
so at the 400, if you didn't want to increase your taxes, that 465, would stay the same. And you'd transfer 300 in there and do as however much kilometers of road you could get for supplementing it with your OSEF grants or other funds.
Okay. That, I'm throwing it out there, if that is one of the options that we have, because we're down to, what did you say, 13.2? And we were looking to get down. Sorry. Yeah.
Sorry, if you use that borrowing from the reserve and shifting some more gas tax, that gets you down to 11% after what you've done today.
Jeff.
So following up on the deputy mayor's comments, so we would go from 13% this year to 11% this year. But next year, we'd be looking at 16%, and the year after that, 16%, because all of our costs are going to stay the same, except we're going to be adding this payback to the reserve, which will be new, and the police building, which will be new, and that'll be 6% on top of whatever we do. So if we come in next year with if we come in next year with 8%, we then have to add 6% to that. That's 14%. If we come in next year with 5%, if we said to all the department heads, make sure you're no more than 5%, we're going to be at 11% for the next 2 years. So I like the creativeness of this. I'm very nervous about tying our hands in the future. I can imagine our future selves wanting to kick ourselves in the pants for having done this in 2023. The 2024 version of us, 2025 version of us are going to be saying, how did we get here? How are we having to raise, put up taxes 15%, the year before an election year, just to put some levity on it. I was hoping we might, so why do we have to pay it back to reserves? Why can't we take $600,000 out of reserves and just not pay it back?
That was the suggestion that was made.
But it's possible, right? Like that's a decision we would make next year when we're facing another 16% increase.
Yeah, I believe the proposal was to borrow it from the general capital reserve. So that is the discretionary fund.
Why do you say borrow? Why don't you just say spend? Like why would we presume to pay it back?
That was the suggestion that was made.
So I'm suggesting we are not borrowing it, we're spending it, and that we will not be paying it back in 2024 or in 2025. If we want to pay it back, we'll be paying it back in dribs and drabs over the next decade.
I think what Gary is saying, or what I had said, Gary's reiterating it, is it was a suggestion that wouldn't leave us covered bare. Because if the money does come out, yes, it's for capital projects. That's what it's there for. But the age-old saying, do you put all your eggs in one basket? That's why I was suggesting on some type of replenishing those reserves so that it would offset a number of infrastructure programs coming forward. It's not necessary, but go ahead, Karen.
Just to give you an idea, your general capital reserve, we were projecting December of 2022, we were using $440,000. So not knowing what surplus, if we have any at this point, because I haven't finished those numbers, we'd be down to 1.026 million in that general capital reserve. So this would bring you down to just over 400,000, barring any other year-end surplus. I think in 2021, we were 100,000 and change maybe that we put into, that was our overall surplus at the end of the year. So that's just to give you an idea of what you'd have left potentially without knowing final numbers for 2022.
That's why I was suggesting some type of a payback. Maybe it doesn't have to be all of it, but yeah, that was my suggestion of why. So that didn't get down there and leave us in a lurch if there was an emergency somewhere down the line.
Yeah, so then when I present the budget for next year, if that's the direction, then I'll have a transfer to reserve. We'll see if it survives, but I'll have a transfer to reserve to show that payback into our general capital reserves. But again, it is discretionary when it comes down to it, but that's the way we'll present it, provided we call it a loan.
And if I can interpret that, what Gary's saying is we would, My suggestion is that we do it that way. But next year, if it comes to the budget, no, we're not doing it and it doesn't get repaid. But if we have, some funding sources and whatnot that it can go back in there to maintain our rainy day fund, even though the sun is shining very well today, it may not be tomorrow. So to put that back in there, and then it has some buildup into the public works budget by the time we get to 2026. Deputy Mayor Tom?
Good. Thank you, Mayor Eccles. I appreciate Councillor Shea's segue here, but I think I'm having a hard time with this too, because again, I think, we'll go back to the opening there. I did ask it as just a general question, 250 out of general reserves to get into any capital. And I took that bedward operation out of there with your correction. Thank you. But I like the idea, but I think amongst the council here, I'd hate to see it marked as a loan or make that commitment to ourselves, because I think we're on track for 4% here, 2 there, and then again, everything else is before us. We're going to be right back to, like Councillor Shea said, starting where we were for this one. I think we should just take it out. And if we're in a different circumstances next year, we all know collectively that, we need to put 50, 100, or we can, whatever we could salvage out of next year if we put it in. But I think making a commitment now for next year's budget numbers based on what we have a gut feeling for, I don't want to make that commitment. I like the idea, but I just don't want to commit to it. And if, we use our discretion next year, there is some extra funding, we certainly know where it needs to go into to beef it back up.
Pretty good discussion. This would require a motion, and I'm willing to accept one. I just put out some information to present one. Does anybody want to make it? Go ahead, Tom.
Okay. So based on what you propose that you brought forward in the discussion we've had here, is this something we could come back to at the end when we get into a final, knowing full well that we have this, and maybe look at some other items that we may be able to work on? Not necessarily cuts, whatever we want to do, but complete going through the entire process and then come back to this as knowing that we have an option and it can pull us down almost 2%. Is it something that we kind of do at the end instead of making the commitment now and going through that? Thank you.
I'd say that'd be pretty good, but we've already gone through everything now. What's left to go through? Yeah, I mean, it's secondary one. Go ahead.
Well, a summary, I think, of what we've done here is, that's, and everybody, we start fresh. We look at a couple, but there's not a lot left. So I think there might be a few items there. I think a regroup of what we've accomplished. That's all I'm asking for, because there's an awful lot of numbers and it's pretty daunting for a lot of us. Been a lot of numbers go through our heads today.
Thank you, Mayor Eccles, and through you, it's directed again for Director of Finance. You had mentioned earlier there was a cost of living at 3%. Now, is that's for staffing then, a 3% increase on wages? Just for clarification, that's been looked after.
It hasn't been looked after. We have included it in the draft budget, but it will require a bylaw to amend our, I think you'd want the wage rate, right? Yeah. So that 3% in the draft budget that you see.
I have no problem with that. I just wanted some clarification that that's already built in. Thank you.
That's correct. Okay, Jeffrey.
And thank you. And staff is comfortable with 3%.
That'll be you, Madam CEO.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Councillor Shea. There has been a comparator list going around with our municipal partners, and 3% is pretty much the average. Some are a little lower, Some are a little higher, but 3 is kind of in the middle. So that's why we brought that forward.
Okay, I'm just always nervous about offering less than COLA or inflation.
I know, but
And I feel like we might be rooking staff, but if they're not threatening a mass walkout, then I'm happy to offer 3%. Two questions. One, or maybe three. Why are we taking $600,000 out of reserve? Why aren't we taking $700,000 out of reserve or 800,000? This is taking us from 13% to around 11%. Why don't we take enough that we get to like 9.9%? I'll leave that question dangling for a second. Should we revisit the way station software for $29,000? Is that worth, is 29,000 even worth discussing at a point like this?
I think the waste station software we were maybe taking from reserve,
Oh, okay.
the landfill reserves, I think,
Okay.
for the waste station software.
Okay, fine. I'll leave that aside. So I would move that we take an amount from the reserves to put towards the Durham Road East project that would result in the total our share portion of the budget being an increase of 9.9%.
Councillor Shea has moved that. And just to give, instead of a percentage, I'm gonna let Carrie work feverishly with that little pen and calculator, and she's already got the number of what we're looking at. Be 7.
So we would need to take another $125,000 from the reserves, and that reduces your tax levy supported roads capital to 210,000. 465. No, sorry, that the increase. We increase it by 210,000 to 125. It becomes $340,000. Last year, it was $130,000 that the tax levy supported. So it's an increase of $210,000 tax levy support towards the roads component of your public works capital.
Yeah. Jamie.
So through Mayor to members of council, and Carrie, correct me if I'm wrong. So just in terms of numbers for the motion, I have that in consideration of the 2023 draft budget, council direct staff to allocate $725,000 from the general reserve to the Durham Road East project in the 2023 draft budget.
And that takes your general capital reserve down to $300,000.
Seconder, Councillor Hutchison. Okay, seconder, now comments.
So what does, am I good? Yeah. So what does that bring our tax levy down to then, Carrie?
9.9% or 1.18 million.
Okay. Councillor Noon, Joyce.
Thank you, Mayor Eccles. Did we not have the library asked to relook at some of their figures and bring that back, or were we of the opinion that it was going to stay where they were when they left the meeting, last budget meeting?
The last one, you asked the board to decrease their budget by $25,000 with no report back.
Okay. Anything else? Motion's on the floor. Call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? Declare that carried. Okay. So we're down to 9.9. Blended rate will put us about 6.9, 7.2. Yeah, there's got to be a dartboard here someplace. Recreation, can you find one of that in your, yeah, and have that in here? It's got to be getting close to that. At this point, are we? Deputy Mayor had made the suggestion of doing another final blush or brush through this. Are you looking for staff to make comment, or do you have some, Tom?
Well, I'm actually speechless right now, Mayor Eccles. I would like to, I just think it'd be very beneficial for all of us to kind of have one more look at it. There's been a lot of numbers here. I think, you know, it doesn't need to be as daunting of a task what we went today, but we just kind of gather, we can go through it. It's okay, Director Mike can prepare a summary and, you know, just make sure that we haven't overlooked anything. There's been an awful lot of things going on today and everybody kind of regroup. And again, I think collectively we can come to a pretty quick conclusion with one more kick at the cat, if you will. Thank you.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind having another part day and always look at, but I would like to visit the request forms, budget request. I know that's an add-on, but there's some important things in there I think we need to look at, like in terms of security for this building and a switch for our generator. I think those things we need to look at and possibly do. It may not be able to put on the levy, but maybe we can find some capital or some reserve money somewhere that we can do. And but a lot of them are minor, like, you know, $1,200, $1,500, like small stuff, which to me, it would be nice if the people who put it in their budget could have put that in their budget and maybe bought less paper or less pens or something and go for something that's more important, like a security system. So anyways, that's here nor there, but I would like to talk about some of these things because I think they're important requests, whether we give them, whether we go forward with them or not, but I think they're here. We should at least visit it.
Carrie, do you have, out of that list, as extensive as what it is, do you have a total on what those come up to? The budget request forms list? Mm-hmm.
There is proposed additions, $382,000 in total for additions. I'm just looking to see if we've dealt with any. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So some of that we will have dealt with.
There's still about 350,000 by
Yeah.
my quick guesstimation is in there, which is another 3% in the opposite direction that we were wanting to get down to that blended rate of 6. There may be one other aspect in here that hasn't been addressed yet. Is there, am I mistaken in saying there might be $75,000 in growth this year, Carrie?
Somewhere between 55 and 75.
How does council want to deal with that portion? growth is something that we haven't put in here yet, growth in the taxation revenue side. Revenue generator that hasn't been recognized yet. Hasn't totally been determined yet what will be picked up in the 2023 cycle. Would there be appetite for somebody to move, or suggestion that it be that we include $50,000 in there in growth? Jeffrey.
I think I'm looking at the this budget summary and said that last year the growth was 185,000. Is that right, Carrie?
That's what we budgeted, yeah.
So I would have thought we could probably budget a number like that. Was that number way off, you think?
Our our assessment figures, I haven't had a chance to put them all in. It's showing about a 1% assessment growth in total. Some of that's in farmland, which is a much lower tax rate. So it's not all at the full 100%. When I quickly looked at it, I was maybe about 50 to 55, but like I said, I haven't had a chance to double check my numbers to make sure I have it all in there.
So we projected 185, but you think it might be closer to 50?
For 2023, where we're starting, yeah. And our ending, I don't have our ending balanced. I don't think I had that in here.
Does growth mean the actual number of new properties that are being taxed? Or does it mean an increase in the tax on existing properties?
So they've done like new construction, new severances,
right.
That type of thing. And it's what the assessment office has picked up. So there's a lag between when something's built or when all those severances happen and when it comes on the roll. It can be up to 2 years behind. So it depends on when they've gotten it in there. Like I said, the actual returned roll shows 1% total growth amongst all of our different categories.
And what's that in a dollar figure, 1%?
That I'm estimating around 50 to 55, but I haven't, because it's not all taxed at the same residential tax rate.
Right.
So there's been growth in farmland and managed forest, but that's 25 and 21 and 25% value to us. So
based on what you're saying, I would be very comfortable suggesting that we anticipate a $50,000 growth in the budget.
Jamie caught that because I was talking to him and not talking to the microphone. Your motion is that we recognize $50,000 in taxation growth in the 2023 budget. Moved by Councillor Shea, a seconder. Deputy Mayor Hutchison. Comments, Doug?
Is it something that'd be worthwhile having Carrie look at and maybe try to get a better handle on that for our next, if we come back with another meeting to, so that it's a little more accurate rather than sort of guess at this point. And then if we're going to take another part meeting to go through things, I don't know if we decided on that or not, but that was what I suggested. Then we could bring that in at that time. We're not, I don't think we're done. Maybe we are. I don't know. I'd like to have another small go at it.
I guess how much expense are we going to expense? And at this point in time, I've looked at it and there may be a few thousand here, a few thousand there. I'm not. And I don't see where we've got enough offset on a lot of what we haven't addressed already in the in those request forms. I think 2 or 3 of them that were specific and prioritized. We've already prioritized those ones, Doug. And yeah, at this point in time, they're a want more than it is I see as a need, but I'll take direction from council if you want to put this one, but we do have a motion on the floor right at the present moment on that. If I'm not mistaken, Jamie?
Through mayor to members of council, that is correct. There is a motion on the floor. However, if it's council's wish and the mover and seconder would like to withdraw and council has no objections, then we could do that.
Jeffrey?
I don't really want to withdraw the motion. I think that we've gone through this as thoroughly as we can. We've spent days and days and days. We've got 6 staff with us here today, 6 of us here on council. We're spending a fair amount of money and resources on this process. We've been here for several days. We've all been very conscientious, and I'm afraid that if we went through one more time, we would just start getting miserly and mean. Like we're just going to say, let's cut that swing set, or something like that and save $800. So I don't think we're going to find a big like Christmas present if we go through one more time. I think we've made the big strategic decision of the day, which is to take a huge chunk out of reserves in this year rather than next year. And that's a decision that's going to take some backbone and some resolve and especially in the future. So I would be happy to sort of see the process wind up here. And I think we've seen some good savings, a lot of attention to detail, like this issue of growth at the last minute, sort of trimming another 4% off is welcome. But I'd be happy to see us wrap it up here. Thank you.
So everybody's clear. Growth is only going to knock off 0.4%. Yeah, I like your thought on 4, but no, it didn't have that much in there. Yeah, it'd be about a 0.4%. Okay, I mean, we've got a motion on the floor. I want to deal with that one first. Thank you for those comments, Mr. Shea. And call the question. All those in favor? Motion on the floor. Any opposed? That is carried. All right. With that factored in, Carrie, we're down to about
9.5.
9.5. The combined rate is getting us closer to that 6. Very close. Yeah. Definition of very.
I can bring back, if you do want to have a quick meeting, I don't know schedules, but I can do your overall departmental summary so you can see where it's at, the budget changes list, so you can see what it was that I captured that we did versus maybe what you just thought. The total capital summary, so you can kind of get a feel, okay, yep, how much are we supporting the capital program? How much is from reserves? Just to give you those type of things before, and then if you want to, I can give you maybe a projected reserve, very draft, because we don't have the final 2022 numbers, but some drafts of where we're at for reserve summary, sort of for information discussion if needed, but information. And then we need a motion to recommend the budget for approval, but we also haven't gone, like, and if you want to actually discuss any of those. But just if that does give everyone a bit of a comfort level before you say, yes, prepare the budget bylaw. I don't know what the schedules are like. This Friday, is that a morning?
If we put it at a council meeting, that's
February, yep, the 21st, yep. Is that the daytime?
Through mayor to members of council, what I think might work best, since council already has dedicated to attending meetings on the 21st, what might be best is if we do a morning session on budget on February 21st. Then we have that public meeting in the afternoon followed by an evening council meeting. So council will already be at the office anyway, so it may be best just to do that at that time.
So there's a suggestion from staff on the 21st. Have it together. And what you're suggesting, Jamie, is that we have that portion council in the morning, meet on the budget, then kind of recommend and have the public portion of it in the afternoon after lunch? No.
And not exactly. I appreciate your ambition, but not exactly. So through you, Mayor, it would basically the afternoon meeting that we have for public meetings is reserved at this moment for zoning amendments. So that would be separate. So we would need to schedule an additional public meeting to address the budget.
So here, let's use it this way then. So in the morning, we approve the, go through, and if we could approve the budget, then we could have a public meeting in the evening for the council meeting.
Through you, Mayor. No, we would have to provide notice of the public meeting.
Yes.
So unfortunately, that won't work.
Yeah. Calendar wise, it would have to, we would give notice if we could, and then go to March 7th. Yeah, I mean, that's as close as we can get. Carrie?
Say March 7th would be the public meeting. The bylaw would be at this next meeting, or would that happen at the, trying to think of our notice provisions. They're changing and I just can't remember them.
There, yes, a sneak peek of what's to come. What I would say is that we could issue a notice of public meeting and intention to pass a bylaw, and both could be done at the same time. That said, there's no requirement to pass or to do both at the same time. The bylaw could follow at the subsequent meeting.
So I think it leaves it to the public meeting. If there's comfort, then the bylaw could be introduced on the 7th. I guess what I'm cognizant of trying to get this process that we don't end up somewhere into May before Jeff, before Cody can get out some of those tenders for projects that we have out there. You've probably done a lot of work on it, but it's a matter of still getting them out there. Okay. Yeah.
To the clerk, is there's enough time to give public notice for a special budget meeting on the 21st?
Through Mayor to members of council, yes, there is.
And given that we're going to have an evening meeting that's going to go till 9 or 10, could our morning meeting start at 10 instead of 9 a.m.?
I was really hoping it would start at 7, No, I'm looking at it. Yeah. Staff, I don't foresee it being a long meeting, so yeah. The suggestion is 10. Jamie, you fine with that? Madam CEO? You have more to do with it than anybody else, Carrie. Okay. Yeah, we can go ahead. Yeah, so that morning meeting on the 21st will be 10 o'clock.
Thank you, Mayor Eccles.
Councillor Noon, Joyce? Yeah, there I go.
So this for Director of Finance. So you'll have the opportunity then to show all the tweaks and stuff that you've done, like what it was, where we're going for that meeting. You'll have enough time, like, be too pressured. Okay, thank you.
All right. Anything else then? That bylaw, that's the one I want next. Yeah, I wasn't looking to the next one there. I was looking at that bylaw. We need to pass a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of today. There's no other questions on the budget. Not seeing any. Mover. Excuse me, Councillor Noon. Seconder, Councillor Forster. Thank you. Any questions or comments on the confirming bylaw for today's meeting? Seeing none, all those in favor? Declare that carried. Excellent, thank you. That brings us down to adjournment. That's all the business on the agenda. I will move that the meeting be adjourned. Thank you very much, everyone, for your indulgence to my lack of humor sometimes on these subjects, and more so for your diligent work on getting us to this point as quickly and as efficiently as what we did. Greatly appreciated.